Yeah,
during the
that's
whole
messy.
during the
Yeah.
whole that's what I'm talking about corruption during the whole asbestos and everything. So you get me? So good for
Mhm.
you. I did the same thing. I was like, hey, I don't need you people. I'll be right back. And I went and took care of it and did my own thing. So good for you, girl.
Nice. Yeah. You know what? Again, maybe not the most politically correct thing to say, but I think unions have done a lot of great things, like historically, right? But I think there is a history of unions that we need to acknowledge, right? We talk about like Jimmy Hoffa, and I came from the Teamsters, so I'm very aware of, but um, there's some ugly stuff in there too. And we shouldn't pretend like it didn't happen. We should acknowledge it and fix it, right?
Hmm.
It's not acceptable, right? That's why we have these processes and procedures in place, so we have a way of fixing it. So thank you all for talking. That was great. I really appreciate you guys all speaking up, because it's kind of an uncomfortable topic, and yeah.
Yeah, I think Eli's right. We have to have these conversations to be transparent and get where people are coming from. So yeah, absolutely. Thanks you guys for sharing. Let's move on to the next slide.
Yeah. Okay. So we kind of we were discussing, um, how to use that triangle, right, to build a powerful union, right, to build your chapter's power. And here's some things we're going to go through a couple of things that are going to kind of give you a little more refinement to that triangle, right? So training is huge. And again, thank you guys all for being here doing this training because you are helping build your union just by being here today. And that's huge. It means a lot to all of us. So when I say all of it, I mean I think everyone here, but your labor reps. Um, you know, those OSTs. I'm not sure if we have executive board members here today, but um, officer steward training, right? Having an understanding. We talk about the representational stuff, grievances, discipline, in this training, but there's a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes with your e-board, that we don't touch on in this training, but that's incredibly valuable. How to be a treasurer, how to be a secretary, even how to do, the more administrative stuff, of the union that's kind of invisible to, a lot of our rank and file members. Know your rights trainings, incredibly valuable. Um, Having an understanding of all these different bodies of law and how they interact with one another, right? Or education, because especially you guys as public employees, you guys are really flooded. There's education code, there's some labor code that applies, but others that don't, right? There's ERA, which we'll touch on a little later. There's so much stuff, um, and understanding, well, when does this come into play and when does this come into play? And well, this isn't a grievance per se, but I know it's not legal. Well, who do I go to? What do I? There's so much, and those know your rights trainings are incredibly valuable. Union steward training, obviously, right? The training you're all in today. Bargaining team training, how to negotiate a contract, how to do it effectively and lawfully, right? We don't want to do anything in the bargaining table that's sketchy or illegal because that just jeopardizes the union, right? Jeopardizes our ability to get the best contract possible. Um, and recruitment, right? We're talking about, I know, I'm sorry if who said it, but I know that has been repeated, power in numbers. There's a lot of power in numbers. Can't be understated. When we have a high membership percentage, that alone it's a different game, right? Um, Retaining our current members, I think Keisha and Brandon, the way we retain our current, membership is by being effective leaders, right? Being effective stewards, making sure that we keep this freight train on its tracks, right? Um,
Absolutely.
yeah, um,
Like I said
that's
earlier,
huge.
accountability.
Absolutely.
That's my major thing is accountability. If you think I've and I want to let everybody know right now, I've been interim supervisor of grounds of maintenance. I work for maintenance. I've been on both sides of the spectrum, and accountability is the number one thing because they hold you accountable, but they're not accountable.
Mhm. Yeah, everyone should be accountable, and
Correct.
transparency is a tenet, a value of CSCA,
Correct.
and it's not one we should take lightly either. Um, and the thing is that and here's the reality. If those of you who continue on with the UST training, you know what the hardest part about this gig, right, is that sometimes there isn't a great, you don't have an answer. There isn't a solution. It's not laid out plainly for you. You know, you get those calls where, you know, like, crap, we don't have the law on our side here in this situation, or we there's what can we do? Oh, right? Those that's it sucks. It sucks. It's the worst part about being a steward or being a union rep, right? Um, but the thing is that just because we might not be able to do anything in that moment doesn't mean we should just give up, right? This is where having the people on our side, having that organizing power comes into play. And also, when it comes to the bargaining table, I think someone earlier told a story about how they went to the bargaining table and they successfully advocated for a stipend, right? Because someone wasn't being compensated properly, right? Those are the kind of things that sometimes we get calls, and this will likely, if it already hasn't happened to you, you'll get that call where you're like, well, that we don't have anything in our contract that really covers that ground. And that's when you take those mental notes and you say, you know what, let's go to the table and fight for something to address that. So you might not have the answer now, but it doesn't mean that you give up, right? And sometimes that sucks because I think we live in a very and our society is very focused on instant gratification, right? We want to make that call and get a solution the second we get off the phone, and unfortunately, that just it doesn't always work that way. And trust me, it's probably the most it's the stuff that keeps me up at night. I wish it did work that way. Maybe that's the millennial in me talking, but um, sister, yeah. Oh, yeah, Erica. My sister is a California state lawyer. She helped me in certain situations the union couldn't. California workplace safety laws, OSHA, HIPAA, ADA, Know Your Rights. Yeah. And by the way, that's a lot of the stuff that's covered in Know Your Rights training.
Hmm.
So definitely keep a lookout for an email when that training comes. It's probably going to come back sometime around September, I want to say. But also, if you have coworkers, that are interested in taking that training, talk to them and reach out to your labor rep because your labor rep might be able to come and do that training for you. Do it for your
Hmm.
chapter.
I just did
Um,
one for my chapter in Arvin. We had a couple, I think it was most of the maintenance and custodian group was eager to know their rights. They were dealing with a really contentious kind of supervisor. So, yeah.
yeah. And one that's not on here, but in regards to training, know your contract training. That's one that your labor rep would do for you. I actually just did one for one of my chapters, Santa Clarita JPA. Maybe this was like about a month and a half ago. Because here's the reality, you guys are busy. You guys work a lot of hours. I'm sure many of you have kids, families, right? Sometimes sitting down and reading a 70-page collective bargaining agreement isn't exactly easy. And the language can be dense, and there's a lot of intricacies and weird nuance that maybe you're not savvy to. Um, and having those kind of trainings where, hey, we're going to talk about this article, right? Yeah, and thank you, Brandon. Yeah, read your contract because it does change, right? And that's a good thing. Contracts are living, breathing documents. There's no such thing as the perfect collective bargaining agreement. There's always room for improvement.
Hmm.
Um, Many of your contracts, I know at least in my service area, my contracts are older than me. They 40, 50 years old. Um, this isn't sorry, I'm trying to
Not that
date you.
that's an old
No, no,
age.
no, no. They're just older than me. That's all I said. Um, but that's evidence that those contracts, they have. I'm sure if you pulled that one of my contracts from William S. Hart from 1982, it's going to look a lot different than the one from 2026, right? And that's a good thing because there's always room for improvement, right? Uh, and language in a
Just,
contract is everything.
yep.
Absolutely. Um, I think we're ready for the next slide.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
absolutely.
sorry. Site representatives, that's a big one, right? Having, you know, people, a site rep
Hmm.
at each site. If you can make that happen, that's great because it's so much easier to communicate information and for someone to know that there's someone at their site who they can turn to who will point them in the right direction. And then obviously having as many stewards as possible. One steward per every 100 members. I mean, that's a great goal. If you can have more than that, even better, right?
How, how many stewards are they well, there's one at my school. She's the only one. And she's actually the coworker that encouraged me to start the training.
Awesome.
So typically, are there more than one steward at one site?
So there's a difference between, and I probably should clarify this because this confusion happen. There's a difference between a site representative and a steward, right? So stewards are essentially they're the contract enforcers, right? They work alongside the labor reps like ourselves to enforce your contract, right? To represent members in case of like disciplinary matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Site representatives are kind of our eyes on the ground. They're kind of like I'm making it sound a lot more conspiratorial, but they're kind of like our spies, right? They're making sure they're watching management, communicating valuable information to the bargaining unit, the members at that site. Maybe, we're in negotiations and the site reps, have a quick meeting to tell everyone, hey, this is what's going on in negotiations, or hey, this is what's going on with this grievance we have open, right? They're kind of like our spy/communicators at each site. Whereas the stewards they're handling the meat and potatoes that we're talking about today.
Is there different training for a rep?
Yes.
Yeah, so you could be a steward and a site rep, absolutely. But it is a different training. And if you are interested in that, highly recommend reaching out to your labor rep and letting them know, and they would be more than happy to get you all the information you need. And we would love to have you, trust me. Could always use site reps.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, Vivian.
No, you're fine. I think
Sorry.
no, no problem.
I'm all over the place.
Fallon, did you have an announcement? If not, I was just going to announce that, folks, if your cameras are off, please go ahead and turn them on. We do still want to see your faces. And again, it's for credit. Without your camera being on, we can't prove that you were here because we can't see you physically.
Yeah, and if I don't see you for some time after the announcements go off, I know I have been instructed to remove people if there's a while with no communication and no camera. So please be advised. And even if your camera's on and we can't see your face, just make sure we can see a piece of you, like at least,
Just, wave your hand around something.
Make sure you have a shirt and pants. That's all. That's all.
Oh yeah, we understand it's Saturday, but
yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, and communication. So, right, I know Brandon, we're talking about transparency, right? I would argue that communicating with the bargain that is as transparent as you can be. You have to tell people what's going on, right? And also when it comes to organizing, it's incredibly important, right? How do we organize around an issue if no one knows what the hell is that happening? Right, like there's nothing we can do. So sending monthly newsletters, right? Stewart's Corner. Hey, this is what's going on with this current grievance we have, right? Obviously, don't we try to keep disciplinary matters private, but but having a chapter website, a place for someone to be able to log on. Hey, when's the next chapter meeting, right? Oh, can I get a copy of my contract? That kind of stuff. Bargaining updates, huge, huge. After every bargaining session, ideally there should be some sort of communication going out to the membership, right? Because here's the thing: if you're bargaining, and the membership is not, aware, they're kind of blind to what's going on. What happens when you hit that, when you hit that fork in the road, or you hit that brick wall with management and they're not budging? Well, that's when you need to start thinking about organizing, getting your membership involved. And if they don't know what's going on, it's going to be hard to get them engaged, right? And this one's a tall order, but site rep meetings, right? Having those, 10-minute meetings at your site. And sorry, can we have a Facebook? Yeah, Facebook or Instagram on the chapter. Absolutely. Yeah.
I have a question about the site rep meetings.
I'm sorry, what was that, Brandon?
So like there's been discrepancies in my district, like, oh, you got to do union stuff on your own time, right? Like I said about my old president, he was an electrician, for example. He would not even do his job all day. I got to do this, I got to do that. But now that he's in a different position than he is in now, he wants to contradict and say, oh no, you have the union stuff is on your own time. Well, it is on your own time, but if you have to go help somebody during a work day, isn't that like that should be allowed, right?
So it gets a little complicated because here's the thing. Under ERA, right, you have a right to union activity is considered protected concerted activity under the First Amendment, right?
Right.
However, there's limitations, right? Um, if you, we can't pull people out of work to have a meeting, right? So the idea is that, hey, everyone's on, a lunch break. Hey, we're gonna have a quick meeting, real quick, just a couple of points, right? We can do that. If you are a steward, most contracts have release time for stewards for the purpose of investigating grievances. Most of that's baked into your contract. So
No,
you
I get
actually have a certain amount of time allotted to the e-board, to the stewards, to be able to conduct union business.
okay.
But that's the kind of stuff. Talk to your chapter leadership, talk to your labor rep, and check out your contract because it does get a little messy, right?
It
It's
does. And
not.
it's not really clarified in our contract. That's why I was asking you guys. You know what I mean?
Oh, gotcha. Definitely talk to your labor rep or your chapter president because yes, we do have the right to talk about the union at work, right? That it's First Amendment activity, protected concerted activity is the legal term.
Right.
Um, but it doesn't mean necessarily we can walk into a classroom full of kids and say, "Hey, everyone, stop! We have to talk about the right."
Yeah.
There's some
No, yeah. There's a
limitations.
time and a place. I get that.
Exactly.
The
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I get
general consensus that I have said like during my union site rep trainings has just been to host them on break times. So if you get a 15-minute break, which you should, everybody should have one, right? And you could do your meetings during that time, real quick, 10-minute meetings, during lunch, right? Just because that way you don't have to kind of toe that line of whether or not you're going to get in trouble if you're not sure if, and especially if your contract isn't very clear on if you're an officer of your union chapter, what amount of time. I know that, like Erica mentions, in some contracts, there is a certain amount of time for union like activities if you're an elected officer to your chapter. Um, but it might get a little, yeah, like we were kind of mentioning, like a little bit nuanced, right? And it might just depend. But
The
yeah,
problem is with ours is we cover 150 square miles. We're in 2 different counties.
Oh,
yeah,
crap. That's
We
huge.
have over
definitely,
30
yeah.
schools, so that's an issue. You know what I mean? I can't drive from my office to the most north place in 15 minutes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and
So
that might be something to bring up because if that's not in your contract, like Erica said that it's explicitly in their contract, they have a certain amount of time per year for, union business. That might be something to bring to the table.
right.
That's a
Oh, I
that's a
will.
good one.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
will. Because like I said, it's been manipulated already. So you know what I mean?
Yeah. And
And
it's
then
better,
now that the
you have
manipulator is
contract
not,
language so yeah.
yeah, now the manipulator is not the president. He's now went into management because the director didn't want to fight him no more and just let him be in management. Now he's trying to reverse of what he did. You get me?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, absolutely. And I see people in the comments saying, yeah, it's really difficult because you have staggered breaks. That's why I said site rep meetings are kind of a tall order.
Yeah.
And also, now with almost every district has email, sending those communications digitally is probably the best way to go. If you can, if you have the ability at your site to gather everyone in the lunchroom for 5, 10 minutes, great. But yeah, unfortunately, it's a bit hard to do in this the modern era. But we
right.
have other tools, right? Um, and then political engagement, right? So we talked about that the three sides of that triangle, and politics is a big one, right? Um, I'm sure many of us might have stories about how our school board sucks, right? The people on the school board don't give a crap. I've heard stuff where like there's people on the school board who send their kids aren't even in the district. They send their kids to private school. It's like, like, um, which it speaks volumes, right? Um, So having Victory are people here familiar with Victory Club? Um, for those of you who aren't, Victory Club is
I'm
our
a member.
oh,
Me too.
okay. Perfect. Okay,
Me too.
great. Well, I'll kind of give you a rundown on what Victory Club is. Um, oh, you said you're a member. Oh, okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, then you know what I'm
Yes.
talking about. Sorry. Well, Victory Club it's our fund that helps support our governmental relations department, right? So you have the option. You see it on the application when you sign up, but you will have the option to opt in at any time. You can donate as little as $1 a month, and that's money that helps CSEA, and also helps your chapter have access to funds for things like school board races, right? Let's say there's someone on your school board who you want to see go, and there's maybe a retired member who wants to run, right? We can help them, endorse them, help them with their campaign. Those funds are valuable. The Summer Saver program, the CSAP thing, that's another initiative, right? Just in this last year, you know, CSEA is constantly pushing for legislation, and also pushing for increased funding, for public schools at the state level, which has direct impacts on us when we go to the negotiating table, because ultimately, what funds are we negotiating from? Funds that they receive from the state of California. So, if you're not a member of the Victory Club, if you can do a buck, it goes a long way, and it helps. It helps your union in huge ways. Um, so, yeah, I think we covered that ground. We're cool.
I'm a member too.
Oh,
Hell
nice.
yeah, I love to hear that.
Perfect.
Love to hear our Victory Club members. Let's see. Okay. Question: how can a union steward create opportunities that will address challenges? No wrong answers. It's only wrong if I say it.
For some people that are working out of job description, I mean, like I said, language is everything, and supervisors, directors can put that language and interpret it in any way that they can, so a job steward can kind of explain to them what we're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Crystal, go ahead.
So I know in one of our meetings, it's listening to our members and the issues they have, because the contract may be followed and members are still having problems. And the specific example that I brought up in one of our meetings was holidays. So my department, the safety department, we're a 24-hour department, and our holidays are following an academic schedule, especially for like 4th of July. The observed holidays on the 2nd, but we have people working on the actual 4th of July. And even though as a district, we're following the contract, paying people their holiday pay, we were having members feel that they weren't getting the benefit of the contract because they're still working on the holiday without holiday pay. And so bringing that up, yes, it's contractual. Yes, we're following everything we're supposed to do, but maybe we need to adjust our language to make sure all of our members are taken care of.
Great. Yes.
Fairly representing members, union stewards, their jobs, right? I guess I'm going to try to rephrase the question, because you're all correct, right?
Mhm.
I guess another way to kind of ask the question is, how can a union steward create opportunities that will address challenges? So once you have a union steward, right, within their job, what can they do to address what's going on like the issues, kind of like our first activity, right? If we have these issues that are ongoing, what role can our union stewards play to help solve those? But I think we're kind of, think we
Yeah.
got some answers for that.
Absolutely. You guys are on the right track. I mean,
Mhm.
we were just at a slide or two ago, we were talking about communication, right? Keeping members informed about issues. It goes a very long way. Having members that are informed and educated. Yeah. Asking them to participate. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Morgan. Absolutely. Huge. I think a lot of you, Jasmine, I think you said fairly representing members. Yeah. Ensuring due process rights are followed, and people's rights aren't being violated. And this one's a little trickier, right? Um, in an ideal world, we would have relationships with management. Well, this is again a tall order. We'd have relationships with management that allow us to resolve things at the lowest level possible, right? We don't want every single little thing to have to escalate to a huge board rally and people sending angry emails to board members and cabinet, right? That's in an ideal world, we wouldn't have to do that. Having a relationship with the district that allows us to get things done, relatively amicably and at low levels, right? That's huge. Unfortunately, oftentimes that's not possible, and that's when we need to start bringing out our members and scaring board members a little bit, um, which is
I was going
always
to add,
fun.
Elijah, I was going to add also, as the
Yeah.
union steward, you would be able to interview the parties concerned for whatever issue it may be to get the information to keep it at a lower level, hopefully, and not actually file a grievance or anything of that nature.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, kind of exactly what you're saying, David, like having the people power, having the membership and the organizing power, kind of sometimes we're able to kind of avoid the escalation like the grievance escalating altogether. I actually had this happen the last couple months. I actually just signed the settlement yesterday. Here's a great story of because this is a perfect example of that. So I had a whole working out of class issue, right? And our language in the contract, it was okay. It was pretty vague. And of course, management does what they, always do. They resort to the most convenient, interpretation to them, right? They were trying to get away with saying that, oh, we only have to pay people an additional 5%, despite the fact that they had people working out of class in a classification that was like a 15% discrepancy. So they were screwing members out of a lot of money. So we filed grievances, right, for a handful of people this impacted. And I had some of the most frustrating grievance meetings, probably the most frustrating meetings I've ever had in my entire life. I would have rather had a meeting with a brick wall because at least I wouldn't have to listen to the stupid crap a brick wall had to say back to me. It was those kind of meetings. And so it was going nowhere. So we escalated, to step 2. It was a lost cause. And it was escalating to the point where we're going to talk about this a little, but at the end of grievance procedure, usually it's some sort of like arbitration or like a board meeting, right? A hearing in front of the board. So I didn't want to risk us getting screwed. So, so me and the chapter leadership, we came up with a plan to put pressure on the employer and pretty much figured out a little loophole in our contract that allowed people to deny a working out of class assignment because it's additional hours and it's outside of their contract. So we were able to do that. And we actually got the employer to come to us with a settlement to fix the language. And we signed it yesterday, and it's pretty damn good language. So we didn't even have to go through a hearing or an arbitration because we had the members on our side, and people were pissed off. And you know what? People talk about this might be a weird thing to say, but hate is good if it's directed at the right place. Being angry, obviously we don't want people like punching, holes through drywall, but anger is good, right? If there's some injustice in the world or injustice at your workplace, you're supposed to be pissed off about it. That's how we fix it.
You can use that energy and focus it in a positive way,
Exactly. Anger is passionate, and yeah, exactly.
So congratulations on that, by the way.
Yeah.
That's terrific, man.
Thank you. Yeah, but take that home with you, right?
For sure.
Like that's the kind of stuff where sometimes, and maybe it's a little unorthodox. I think as you guys go through this training, this is kind of the spiel I always give during these trainings, that not all stewards, not everyone's approach is the same. Like you bring yourself into how you conduct, yourself. You bring your personality into how you're a steward, right?
Yes.
There are some people who, are terrified of confrontation, right? They don't want to get into shouting matches, but maybe they're a lot more, they're clever. They're behind the scenes. They're working the room. That's a legit strategy, right? There's no one way to be a steward. And I want everyone to remember that, because I think sometimes with these trainings, and I've been in them myself, you're like, well, I'm not sure if that's how I would do something. I think I would do this. And great. That's you do what you think works best for you.
Yeah.
I know even Vivian and myself, we have different ways of handling different things. And Vivian is very successful in getting what she wants for her members, right? Alongside, and I could never pull that off, right? Because I'm not as cute and charming, and right. So,
But I don't have the same skills that Elijah has, right? And so maybe he's better at having those tougher conversations rather than avoiding them, or maybe having them with just members, right? Or having them in a different avenue. So I think to his point, right, everybody has their different strengths that you need to hone in on and really focus so that you can go ahead and really recognize like you have the tools now. Now it's about how are you going to apply the new skills that you learned. But to his credit, Elijah is very good at his job and
Right.
he's very successful, right? And so his story is tantamount to that. So, but thanks for the compliment. I will take it.
Um, yeah, so good. I think there's some things to keep in mind. And I think we are ready for the next slide.
It's our break.
Oh, it's a break.
What are we feeling? We were thinking maybe 10 minutes for a break. It's a little, what do you think, Eli?
Yeah, that sounds good. You want to,
Yeah.
let's call it 10 or 10, 10:56.
Yeah, I'll
No
start our
break.
timer here.
Oh, you're putting the timer?
Yeah. So, okay, folks, we'll be back at, 10:57. Yeah, 10:57.
Yeah. Go to the bathroom, take a shot of tequila, whatever you got to do, right?
Run around, get your energy up.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Wait, how long is the break?
10
Just
minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Are we having sandwiches or anything? Joking.
I'm gonna have them DoorDash to everyone's
Yeah.
house.
I know, huh?
What are those
Okay.
the new air drones that are like, just drop it off at your front door?
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I will be right back.
All right.
I'll be right back. I'll be there. I'm here, but I'm not on the camera, but I'm here. I have something with my son,
Okay,
but
no
I'm here.
worries.
Okay.
As long as you guys are communicating to one of us
Yes.
that you're here, that's fine. And I understand if you've got to turn the camera off for a second. I'm not gonna lie, when I'm in trainings, I turn the camera off for a second when I'm shoving food into my face. I apologize to those of you in here because you will see me eating a snack. But just let us know.
Cool. So, we all ready? We're good? Yep. So, I want you guys to think about, um, what are the duties of a steward, right? Like, what are stewards supposed to do? I think a lot of you, maybe we should go to the next slide because I think a lot of you already actually answered these questions throughout this training. Right? Protecting employees' rights, right? Making sure due process is followed. Something that we haven't talked about is that you, as stewards, you're the first line of defense, right? Um, you're really on the front lines, right? Your members depend on you, right, to be there, um, and that's incredibly valuable, especially when if anyone has ever been in the hot seat when it comes to like a disciplinary matter, it's pretty freaking scary, right?
Elijah, let me ask you a question. Is there a timeline that you have to so like I know people in my district will be like, okay, you need to be here. And they'll say like, okay, well, you only have so much time to get a person. Is there a timeline that you have to have a shop steward before they can reprimand you?
No, so that I would definitely let your labor rep know because the idea is that they should be if someone requests representation, they have to respect that. And it is unreasonable for them to assume, oh, you need to get a steward here in 10 minutes or otherwise you have to have this meeting without them. That is incredibly sketchy,
Yes,
and arguably illegal.
they've tried that like numerous of times. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't think so, bud. Like, you know what? You can pound salt. You know what I mean? Like, this guy don't need that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So we're going to touch on Weingarten rights and your rights under ERA. But if you're running into issues like that, please let your labor rep know because they might need to possibly pursue filing unfair practice charges,
Okay.
or at least make the threat of it to get them to back off because they're if someone's requesting representation, there shouldn't be like a timer in the room for them to get there. That's ridiculous. And that's I I would say arguably illegal. I think it's definitely illegal. Um,
I thought so too, but I just wanted to touch bases on that just to let
yeah.
everybody else know because I was like, there's no way in the world they could say, okay, well, because we've had issues where like our shop stewards or our union representation is not available. They've been out for the day, and like it doesn't matter. You need to come in now. No, don't even go. I tell them don't even go, and
Yeah.
I'm not even a shop steward. Like I'm like, trust me, don't even go, dude.
Yeah.
Take your lickings and I'll go back you up. They're like, okay, well, you know what I mean? There's been an incident where I thought that no matter what, anybody could sit in with you. If you're a union member, you could sit in, just have somebody represent you. It didn't have to be a representative, a steward. So I went with for example, I went with a buddy of mine, and the CBO goes, "Oh no, you couldn't. What? I don't know what you're thinking. You couldn't have been there." He just wanted somebody to be there.
Yeah, that one's kind of tricky because technically, there are limitations on that, right? Especially if in your contract it's or your district it'll specify who are authorized stewards, right?
Right.
And then your representation is limited to those stewards. That every district, you see, it's kind of it gets tricky and it gets really in the weeds because every
Every
district's a
district's
little
different.
different. A lot of districts
Yeah.
will turn their head, right? Or they're. But I mean, if you're running into this kind of, I mean, this sounds pretty hostile. If you're
Oh,
having,
I'm telling you, it's horrible,
yeah,
dude. Yeah. Okay.
yes,
I'll look into that. Thank you for answering that.
yeah, because I have stuff come up all the time where I'll have a member reach out, hey, um, I I need someone to represent me tomorrow. And I was like, well, the stewards are out of town and I have meetings from 8 to 5 tomorrow. Like, and that's when I'll reach out to a supervisor and say, hey, can we reschedule? So me, myself, or one of our stewards can be there. That's usually the process. That's the process that should be getting followed.
I agree. Okay,
Yeah.
we're on the same page. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, Ensuring all are treated equally and fairly, right? This is a really important one. We're going to talk about a duty of fair representation. You have as a steward, as an officer of the union, you have um, a responsibility. It's a legal mandate to treat everyone equally, right? You can't discriminate against somebody just because you don't like them, or obviously, if I don't think we have any rabid racists in here, but right, that is illegal, and I'm glad it is, right? It should be illegal. Um, and then enforcing the contract, right? That's a huge part of what we do. We want to educate members about what our contract says and then enforce it, right? I've run into this a lot where it's hard to enforce a contract as a steward if your members don't know your contract. Like they don't even know what's getting violated, you know? Um, so those in my mind go hand in hand. You got to educate people about what their contract says and then have them report into you. The best union, the best units are the ones where your members know the contract better than management. Those are the best. That's where it starts to get fun because like when I came from the Teamsters, and if any of you guys know about the reputation of Teamsters, they're pretty tough, right? They're pretty rugged people. And I would get these hilarious calls where, management would say something to one of our guys over there, and they would just start reciting contract language. No, you can't do that because of, blah, 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 blah. And it'd get really entertaining because the power dynamic shifts in such a major way when that happens, because there's no room for manipulation there. I know what my contract says. You can't tell me to do that. What are you talking about? I'm going to call my union rep right now. I'm going to call the chapter president. Right? Knowledge is power. I know it's cliche, but it's true. And then involving your coworkers, right? I think some of you mentioned that you are in here today because a coworker or a steward at your site told you to come here. Do that, because that's how you get people on the same page. That's how you build power in the union, right? Steward survival tips. Okay, so this is a really good one. So first one, keep your enthusiasm. It's easier said than done, but as I kind of alluded to earlier, there's times where you don't have a great answer, right? There's times where you're going to feel up against the wall, and it's hard, right? Like it's very easy to get discouraged, and you just can't. You just got to keep fighting, because that enthusiasm, that's the fight in you, right? You got to keep that fight, and take the long view. Again, this kind of goes hand in hand, right? Not every day you're gonna walk home with a winner, right? It's the lost the battle, won the war. You got to think of it like that. You might have lost, or not been able to win on one particular issue today, but that doesn't mean you can't win on that same issue at the negotiating table in a couple months from now. So things to keep in mind. Adopt a learning attitude. As a labor rep, I'm always learning. I talk to my colleagues, and they tell me things. I'm like, oh wow, that's really, I got to check that out. I got to look that up. No one knows it all. No one does. And that's a good attitude to have. You always want to improve and try to improve, right? Learn what you can, all you can. Remembering you're not alone. That is, you're in a union. It's called the union for a reason. It's not right. You're not expected to know and do everything. There's nothing wrong with leaning on your fellow stewards, leaning on your members, leaning on your executive board for help. Someone might ask you a question. It's totally okay to say, you know what, I don't know. Let me check it out. Let me look into it. Or let me ask the chapter president. Let me ask, one of my other stewards. Let me ask my labor rep. That's what you want to do. No one. There's nothing wrong with saying I don't know. In fact, I say I don't know all the time. I have members call me and they're like, yeah, I had this crazy thing happen. And I'm like, what? And they're like, what should I do? I'm like, I have no idea what you should do. Let me call you back. Let me look into this. Um, right. Expect to be tested. That sounds pretty scary, but the truth is that this is, these trainings are great, but there's always something different once you're in the room, right? Um, Going over slides, and these are all great tips, but it's very easy that once you get in that room that it gets a little intimidating and it's a little scary, and you have to kind of expect the unexpected. And sometimes, you're not going to nail it. And it's a bummer, but it's normal. And it's how you learn, it's how you get better. And use an organizing approach, kind of like remember you're not alone. You have membership. That's where your power stems from. At the end of the day, as a steward, you are representing the members. Um, don't forget that, right? You want to do what's best by your members, but also remember that they're your resource. Like if you're, you have a grievance and you feel like you're not getting anywhere, like kind of like how I was, yeah, use your like that's what the membership is for. You help them and they help you. It's a symbiotic relationship. And yeah, is there? Oh, perfect. Oh, great. No, that was exactly what I was hoping you do. Thank you, Vivi. um, so yeah, sorry, I'm reading through the chat. Sorry, guys. Yes, oh, absolutely, David. Thank you. Yeah, nothing wrong with saying you're not sure. Uh, yeah, and HR is absolutely not there for you. Um, and you might have an HR department that's pretty chill. That they seem like, hey, they're a nice group of people. They're pretty cool. Um, but at the end of the day, they're HR for the district, not for you, right? So not saying you should be rude to your HR person for no reason, but always approach with caution, right? Um, and so this is what I was touching on earlier about how you have a legal obligation to represent members equally and fairly. Um, it is a legal requirement, right? You can't be discriminatory just for no reason. You can't just say or for a illegal reason, right? You can't say, "Hey, I'm not going to help you because you're this skin color, you're this religion." That's first of all, that's just awful and wrong. But it's illegal as well. And in a case like that, um, if that were to happen, that member could go to the Public Employment Relations Board, PERB, and file charges against you, a DFR charge, which is pretty scary. The truth is, this is not to scare anyone here. The truth is, the way you avoid this is just don't be a jerk, right? Just don't be a jerk. If you get an email from one of, the members, asking you for help, you don't just ignore it because you don't like them, right? That kind of stuff. That's the stuff that gets you in trouble. You don't want to just be acting arbitrarily when, when discussing matters with members or not discussing matters with members. Um, oh, what was that? Oh, Woman and Deal. I'm gonna check that out. Okay, thank you. Uh, Love all the comments coming in. There's a lot of good conversation happening. I love it. Well, anyway, just things to keep in mind. I do want to ask a couple questions. We're not going to do a poll because I'm an idiot and I don't know how to do it. So, thank God Vivian's here. Oh my God, yeah, this is perfect. Yeah, these are good questions. Okay. Give a little more to, oh, it's kind of fun watching it go back and forth. gonna. Okay, I think we got most responses. Should we? Okay. Should I click share? Yeah. Okay. Do you guys see? Okay. So here's my answer to this. I don't know. I'm just kidding. But actually, who was it who said it? Oh, Keisha. Yes. So Keisha, you're correct. So the thing is, just right off the bat, the decision to not represent a member, that's really a field office thing. No one here should be telling someone they're not going to represent them. Just right off the bat, I want to reiterate that. Um, the reason why I joked that I said I don't know is because it depends, right? Yeah, thank you, Karen. You took the words right out of my mouth. Exactly. It depends. As a general rule, we say that non-members are potential members are entitled to what's within the four corners of the contract, right? So all those things. So some contracts don't have discipline or discipline language at all, in which case that we probably don't have a obligation to represent a potential member, right? It plays like Fallon said, contract language plays a big part when it comes to whether we represent PMs or not. Thank you, Ernest. Yes. So, damn, you guys should be doing this training. So there are some circumstances where CSEA may determine, right, the field office may determine that there isn't an obligation to represent a potential member, and they would be obligated to join the union and pay an out-of-pocket fee, right? So I think earlier we were talking about what's the benefit of, being a member versus not being a member. Well, the thing is, I think someone else even said this in the chat. It is like insurance, right? Because I actually had this happen maybe about a year ago, maybe 6-9 months ago. I had a PM, potential member, who was not a member, right? Obviously, she's a potential member. And she gets pulled into this whole investigation. It was kind of a mess, right? And she calls me and asks for help. And I said, you know what? Unfortunately, I think I had to double check with the field office, but unfortunately, I wasn't able to provide her, representation because of her membership status. And because the thing that she was calling me about didn't really fall within the it was kind of strange. But ultimately, when I, had to give her like a quote for what it would cost, she would have had to join the union and then pay an out-of-pocket fee. And that out-of-pocket fee was like, I think it was a little under $1,000. So, and her union dues on top of it. So it gets costly to not be in the union if you really need that representation. Otherwise, you're going to be having to call an attorney, and that's a mess. But the other thing is that when you're not a member, it takes away power from your union, right? Erica, yeah.
We have positions in our district that are temporary,
Mhm.
and they're not allowed to be a part of the union, so they don't give representation.
Mhm.
So I
Yes.
mean, it sucks for them, and I give them advice. But like in my department, I work in special ed, and we have we deal with students who are physical in an active way, and we have positions that are called one-on-ones where they deal with the most intense students, and they are not part of the union. And I don't feel that that's fair, because what's going on in the classrooms is serious right now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
that's a
know
tricky one when it
100%
comes to.
what they're going through. And they didn't get they applied for summer school, and since they are not part of the union, they were denied.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
that's.
I want to add to Ms. Lopez, at my school too. There are so many subs, and they're long term, and long term can mean the entire school term, the entire school year, and they get nothing. They get nothing.
Elijah, can I chime in on this?
Please.
because I just went through this in one of my chapters. We had a potential member who did not join the union for religious reasons, and they wanted representation. And because the contract in this chapter stated that we have discipline in the contract, so I thought that we automatically had to represent the potential member. Turns out we did not, because in the contract it says that the member has the right to request a Skelly hearing and so forth, going into hearings and things like that. So per our policy, I believe it's 104, we do not represent the potential member in that situation. And he was willing to pay out of pocket. He wanted to pay the out of pocket cost, which right now is $700. Plus, you have to sign up and agree and sign paperwork that you will be a member of the union for a full year at the minimum. And even if you leave the bargaining unit or something happens, and here's the kicker for all of that, you have to do all of that just for the rep to process everything and look into your case. The field office and CSEA can still deny your case in that situation. So there's a lot to explain to the potential members. And this is one of those sticking points that when I'm participating in NEOs or Blitz days and talking to potential members, somebody said it in the chat a little while ago, it's like having car insurance, it's like having insurance. You don't want to have to use it, but it is a very cheap peace of mind if you get into this situation.
Yeah. And thank you, Crystal, for putting, I do want to clarify. So I think earlier in the training, you might recall that I talked about the difference between a bargaining unit member and a member. So this is kind of similar. So a potential member is a part of the bargaining unit, right? So that's everyone who's eligible to join the union. So substitutes, right? Though they are not part of the bargaining unit at all. They're outside the bargaining unit. So they're not even eligible for union membership. And a lot of you pointed out that, there's some problems that come with that. And I've had some experience with this myself. Unfortunately, it is very difficult. And I think even like legally, we're unable to represent substitutes and like temporary employees because their work is inconsistent, right? And districts do abuse it, and it's pretty damn crappy. But I just wanted to make that clarification that substitutes fall outside the bargaining unit, where a potential member is within the bargaining unit but is not a member of the union, right? So someone who's a temp, they're not even covered by a contract at all, whereas a potential member is a part of the bargaining unit, is still technically covered under the contract, even though they might not have like the full access to representation. Any questions oh, sorry, I see the chat's coming in. Perfect. Yes, thank you, Crystal. Any questions before we move on? Okay. Yeah. So the right to represent, I think Brandon kind of touched on this earlier, but so we have the right to be present when it comes to grievance meetings, right? To grievance procedure, disciplinary meetings, right? That is a huge tenet of what it means to be a steward. So a steward has a right to represent. This is found in ERA. This is essentially the law and government code that governs the rights of employee organizations, right? Unions, and how they function, and how they can organize, right? All of our rights. So like our right to access workplaces, our right to investigate grievances, right? All these things, our right to represent members, like our Weingarten rights. This is all covered under ERA, which is the Educational Employment Relations Act. So that is kind of the backbone to what we are able to do as stewards and reps, right? And the story, I won't get too much into the weeds, but when it comes to Weingarten rights, it was actually a Supreme Court decision back in the 80s, early 80s, I want to say, that made it so that you have the right to, in the same way that you have the right to have an attorney, right? If you get arrested or you're in court, it's very similar in the workplace with union representation. You have the right to have a union representative. So Brandon, like how you were saying that they're saying you got a timer right before. Yeah, that's crazy. If you're at, the police precinct and they're saying, start asking you questions, you say, I want my attorney. They don't get to say, well, your attorney has 2 minutes to get here. That's crazy.
Absolutely. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
You know
So
what I mean?
it's kind of like your Miranda rights, like where you have the right to remain
Right.
silent, you have the right to an
Right.
attorney.
Right.
Kind of similar. The difference is, and this I do want to make very clear, this isn't really in the training, but I always want to say this. Unlike Miranda rights, they have to give you your Miranda rights when you're arrested. They have to tell you have those rights.
Right.
Weingarten rights don't work that way. You have to
Right.
invoke them yourself. So it's very important that this is,
Yeah,
if
you have to know them.
you have to know this. And this is the one piece as a steward. And by the way, ask your labor rep. We actually have little cards that we hand out, like a know your rights cards when it comes to this kind of stuff, when Weingarten rights. If you are, as a steward, can only get one piece of information out to a member, this is it. Tell them that about Weingarten rights. Tell them that they have the right to have a representative in the room, and that they should not be coerced into having a meeting without one.
Now, is that for anybody? Like, okay, so that's where I was getting at. So, like, with the Weingarten rights, I have to read up on that, but like, so like he just wanted somebody in the room that had it to be there in case they tried to bully him or whatever. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I guess I might vary from different district to district. I don't know how that works.
So legally, no, right? So legally, the chapter provides the district like a list of stewards, that are like authorized stewards. And then that's pretty much who you're kind of limited to. Some districts, like I said, they turn the other cheek and they're like, oh yeah, bring in whoever you want, bring in your mom, I don't care. But generally speaking, that you are kind of living in the sense that you do need to use a steward that is official, right?
I think in our contract it said anybody that was a union member.
Oh, okay.
That's why I attended. So that's why I protested. I was like, no, you're wrong.
If your contract says that, your contract says that. Perfect. Yeah. But I think the default, so to speak, is that you can't just have anyone. But that's cool that you have language that says that in your contract. That's actually awesome.
Yeah.
When my supervisor called me last year and said he wanted to meet with me, I just said, I'm requesting a union member and I declined to meet with him until further notice. And they had to respect that.
Perfect. Yes, exactly. And here's another thing, some other things that go alongside Weingarten rights. You have the right to know what the meeting's about. So if they say, hey, I want to have a meeting with you, can you step into my office? You're like, well, hey, what is this regarding? Say, you'll figure it out. You'll find it out later. Hell no. I'm not walking in. Tell me what this meeting's about, dude. Right? You have no like they need to tell you what the meeting's about. They cannot blindside you like that. You have a right to know.
So what if you don't get your Weingarten? What if they tell you no? They just come in and they don't even offer you the rights to have a union representation. They say, come in now. Then what?
That's when you get on the phone with your labor rep immediately. Here's the thing, and this is something Brandon, you might want to run by your labor rep, because sometimes in order for us to be able to pursue an unfair practice charge against a district for something like that, pretty much you go in and take notes and record, and then not record like audio, but like record that, hey, I've requested a union rep this many times. They said no. They forced me into the room, and let your labor rep know immediately, because if you are invoking that right and they deny it, that's a problem.
That's what I told him. I'm like, yeah, no, you didn't even offer me a chance to get a union rep, dude. Like, come on.
That's kind of the smoking gun though when it comes to those cases. So, Crystal, I'm sorry.
So in my office, I have a Know Your Rights card. It's a little 3x5. And on there, it talks about if your supervisor calls you in, you have the right to ask for union representation. The supervisor does not have to remind you of your right. Mm-hmm. And the biggest part that it says is what's what we were talking about, Brandon, mm-hmm. if your supervisor denies to accommodate that, like Elijah said, document it, but also the member does not have to answer any questions. They can just sit there in the meeting. Don't deny to attend the meeting, because that can follow with further disciplinary action. You still want to have your member go to the meeting, but they don't have to answer questions or anything.
I went to the meeting. I let them know. I let them know right then and there as soon as we sat across the table. Hey, you know what? You violated my rights. So you got something to say it. And if I got something to say, I'm going to say it. So you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. So always attend those meetings, but you don't have to answer questions, just document and get a hold of the labor rep and the union and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, because that's the thing. You don't want to put yourself in a pickle by them accusing you of insubordination, and that's where that gets
Right.
messy.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, I was just watching the show. If you guys haven't seen it, it's called The In-Betweener. It's this Australian show, but there's this scene in the show where the cops come to his door and they start, they start asking questions. Said, "I don't answer questions." Say, "Oh, what's your name?" "I don't answer questions." Right? And maybe you don't want to be as hostile as that, but the idea is, yeah, like Crystal said, like go to the meeting, but just keep invoking your right. Hey, I don't feel comfortable in answering questions without my rep here, right? I want my rep. Keisha.
Yeah, so on that note, this does happen because it has happened where you invoke your rights, they deny your rights. You go ahead with that meeting because you don't want to be accused of insubordination. And
Right.
then when you record everything and document it and you give it to your your rep or anybody else for that matter, it comes down to a witness, and they'll go as far as to say that none of that happened. Like, no, you did not. And then they're going to have, like, say, your supervisor and your assistant or their assistant in there. And so this is two people now against you, one. So what do you do in that situation? Because I've had it happen before where literally they will state in writing that none of that happened during the meeting and it was all cordial and you did not ask for any representation and all the rest of that. And you're like, yes, I did. How do you fight that one?
Yeah, that's a great question. And truthfully, I don't have an amazing answer for you. That's where the strategy with your labor rep becomes important, right? Trying to, because it could be a matter of, if you're in a situation like that, you texting a coworker and saying, "Hey, can you drop by the office? And like, can you come and serve as a witness here?"
That's what I ran into.
But then
That's what I
didn't
was
you
telling
just say that you're not entitled to have a witness per se, depending on what your contract says? So, and then you don't have a right to record because if they deny your recording, then you also don't have a right to record the meeting. So it's like a catch-22. You're
Yeah.
screwed.
Yeah,
I
it
would
gets
stop
tricky.
meeting.
And Martin, yeah, good practice when you have a verbal meeting, send up a follow-up email. Yeah, and
I have
that's oh, I'm sorry.
I have a question. I was noticing on the text messages, it said, members are the payee dues and the potential members are not paying dues and the bargaining units. So the bargaining units are all classified now. And, so basically people that are on probation, because they're not allowed yet to be able to, be on the union, they will be considered bargaining units.
So people on probation are able to join the union. Yeah,
Okay. Immediately as soon as they get hired.
absolutely.
Okay, now how does it work? Let's say, so when they're on the probation period, are they still allowed to get all the benefits?
Yes. The only caveat when it comes to probationary employees is when it comes to discipline.
Okay,
So as a probationary employee, you're what's called an at-will employee, right? So at will, that's like the default employment status. Pretty much it means that you can be fired for any reason or no reason. Well, assuming that the reason is like a legal reason, but they don't even have to really provide you a reason.
Yeah, they don't
So
have to have a reason. It's like a right to work state.
yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
so the thing is that
probation.
when you're a probationary employee, because of your at-will employment status, the discipline, whatever discipline article you may have in your contract doesn't apply, which is unfortunate. The second they hit that 130 days or 6-month mark, whatever your contract says, then they have access to all the rights under the contract. But even a probationary employee, they still have Weingarten rights. You
okay,
still have yeah.
all right, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
I think to circle back to what Miss Keisha was saying, Fallon has a really good strategy is to just follow up in an email saying, this is what happened today, mark the date, the time, who was there. because that'll serve as your record also for your side of the story. They could say, there's this phrase in Spanish that says, pueden decir misa, which is kind of like saying they can say mass, right? Which is just another way of saying they can say anything. But when we provide our documentation from our end saying, hey, just want to reconfirm, this is who was there, this is who I'm confirming was there, this is what we spoke about, this is, what you told me, their receipt of that email is also going to constitute either a confirmation or a denial. I've had it happen to me as a rep where I had a phone conference call and I got a follow-up email from the district from that conversation saying, oh, you know what? This is what we spoke about last time. Let's just move forward. And I knew it was wrong. So I remember responding and I said, hey, this is who I have in my notes because I had wrote everything down, right? Even if it's just on pen. This is who I have was here. This is what I understood we spoke about. Can you confirm or deny if that is correct? And that email is where they said, oh, yeah, you're right. We misremembered or we did have that conversation.
See,
So
at least
even
they acknowledged it for you. In this case,
Mhm,
they denied that it happened. In other words, two people are contesting that what
mhm,
you're remembering is wrong. And they know full well they're lying. But the point is, it comes down to that. It's either they ignore your email, there's no response, or they respond to the email by stating that, yes, so and so was there and so was there. However, this is not true and this is not true. Like that never happened. Like your statements were not
mhm,
said, or their statements that you're accusing them of was never said. Like you never said that you wanted your representation here. They literally, both of them will say that no, that never happened, knowing full
mhm.
well that it did, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
follow-up email doesn't always save you, is what I'm saying.
I
If
would
you
say
have
send the email before, like
Yeah.
instantly before you walk into the meeting, even though still send the follow up. But I tell members if they're calling you into a meeting in that split second, you send an email and say, hey, I would like representation to whatever manager is calling you in. Then if they're still forcing you to go in, you have your paper trail.
Mhm.
awesome,
Yeah.
now that helps me.
Yeah.
Thank
Well,
you.
because
Yeah.
yeah,
The more
great
paper trail, the
advice.
better. Obviously,
Mhm,
there's never going to be anything that's 100% foolproof, right? And unfortunately, a lot of stuff like this does boil down to a he said, she said. That's why and this is why I advise to, discuss with your chapter leadership or your labor rep, because they might, if you have people at your site, right, that your labor rep knows or has relationships with, it might be easier for them to send that witness in, right? So the more people you have witnesses to the truth, to what your side of the story, the better, right? Um, and the other thing is when it comes to some of this stuff, um, I mean, it's not this simple, but there's a little bit of Occam's razor here, right? What are the chances that someone would lie about having their you get what I'm saying, where like if I'm asking for a representative in this meeting, why would I lie about that if I wasn't getting one? Like it's just a weird thing. People aren't, unfair practice
Unfortunately,
charges getting filed for,
I swear, that's the part I don't get, because I'm like, what sense would that make? But
yeah.
they do it in spite of that, because I've had it done. That's why I'm saying
Yeah.
it's odd to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes when it comes to situations like that, we gotta get a little clever, you know.
Yeah, I would say one last comment that I have, I think, to help push back against that is the way I view it is the district, when push comes to shove, the district has each other's back, whether it means lying about what happened, right? Or lying about the circumstance. So I think the way to push back on our end is to be just as united and just as foolproof as they are going to suddenly
Yeah.
unite to be, right? So that's where our union stewards, our site reps, our elected chapter leaders, all of them are our strength, and our members, right, just in general, are interconnected kind of chain link fence kind of building, so that when the district decides to arm up in their own tank, right, and try to muscle their way through, we have a really strong front as well on our end. And so I'm just gonna leave that as my last comment on that is they will always back each other up. So I think part of the conversation on member side has to be, we gotta have each other's back.
Yeah.
And I think it becomes difficult to have those conversations when you do have a district that is friendly enough, right? Or they maybe have favorites that they're very friendly to. And so it can be a difficult conversation to have. But definitely I think creating that united front on our end is gonna help. So you'll have more folks to call, right? So it's not just you, going in to fight that battle, or you and your other rep. And so it's more on that end. But that's my piece on that.
Perfect. Thank you, Vin. Just a few more things I want to throw in about Weingarten. It's important to keep in mind that you have the right to have a representative if you, as the member, believe the meeting may lead to discipline, right? It's not, the employer doesn't get to decide whether they think it's going to lead to discipline or not. It's up to the member. And you as a steward, you have the right to speak on the behalf of your member, right? Your ability to be in the room is not limited to just being in the room, right? Sometimes management tries to pull this card of like, yeah, you can have your steward, but they have to sit in the corner and shut the hell up. That's not how this works. In fact, we're going to talk about, I think in the next slide, that stewards in the context of representation, or maybe it was the slide, I don't know, it's okay. But you're equal. You're equal to management in that context, right? And you have the right to speak. You have the right to speak on behalf of your member. And don't forget it, right? Like that's what you're there for. That being said, there are, it's not that you're expected to speak exclusively, right? I would say in most cases when you're representing someone, it's better for you to work together or kind of provide clarification, right? So they might ask a question that you believe is like confusing or purposefully misleading or kind of, digging. That's your opportunity to clarify or, say, I don't think that's appropriate, right? So just wanted to throw that out there. And then legal rights as a steward, right? So you have the right to file a grievance, right? You have the right to grieve on behalf of union members. That's how we enforce our contract, right? The right to release time. So we're going to talk a little more about this on the upcoming slide, but ERA government code, it requires that there be a reasonable amount of release time for negotiations prep, as well as release time to, represent members, when it comes to like, investigatory meetings and right, having your representative in the present. So I think this came up earlier with Brandon, like you are entitled to some time. Most of our contracts at CSEA have expand on that, right? They go into specifics of how much time, and usually I've seen most of the contracts I've come across, it's actually pretty generous. There are some contracts that are silent on it, but the idea is that you should be able to, you do have release time to be able to do, to provide services for the necessary functions of the union.
Yeah, it's almost like a bullying thing. Like, get in here now. You got to do this now. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It almost falls into that category. So you guys got to watch it because whenever they can do it, they'll do it. Trust me.
Oh yeah. And then also freedom from reprisal, right? They can't retaliate against you because you're a steward, because you're an active union member. That is illegal under ERA. Those are the kinds of things that, your labor rep would file charges against. File charges against the district, on your behalf. So those are things to keep in mind. If you feel like you're in a situation where you feel like you're being unfairly targeted, reach out to your labor rep, because there's a couple different versions of this. I'm not going to get too much into detail, but interference or retaliation, right? These are all things that, we have the toolbox, so to speak, to sort out. So I think we're ready to go on to the next slide.
Cool. Okay, so I think this can be a poll, and I have it ready actually.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I think I gave away the answer, so I screwed up.
I know. It's okay. It's okay. Let's see. Let me see if I have the correct
Let's see
one
who's been
set up.
listening.
So
Just
let's
kidding.
see. Well, you know what? Do we want to do a poll or do we want to just say it out loud in our chat?
Nah, screw it. Yeah,
Let's just say it out loud.
yeah.
All right. Went from a poll to a test. All right. So let me go ahead and say the test question then. A steward is an equal to management when carrying out his or her representational duties. Yes or no? What do we think?
Nice.
Yes.
That's what we like to see.
Yes, yes, yes. All caps, yes.
Yes, Elijah.
Oh, and I see
Right.
Arlene. Can they deny recording if the student has auditory problems? So California is a two-party state. So you need both parties to consent to recording. So, and here's the thing is, as a general rule, I would avoid recording. Sometimes it brings more of a headache than we want. Um, Sometimes the recordings can incriminate our member more so than they would help us. So, but yes, as a general rule, you need consent from both parties in order to record in California.
And that kind of goes a little, I think maybe in the different levels of our union steward trainings or even later down in this one. Part of how to prep your members when they're about to go into the representational meeting is part of the skills that you should have as a union steward. Sometimes members get really, really excited, right? Whether that's, they're emotional about the things that they're going through or they're very scared, right, to be in front of management. It's up to union stewards to be their anchor when possible and also to kind of keep them level-headed and let them know, right? Like, hey, if you need a break, please let me know. Like, have a signal, click your pen, just look over at me. And you have the right also to take a break with a member and say, hey, can you calm down, or what's going on? And you kind of guide them through that process. So that's the other skills that you are going to go ahead and learn also as a union steward. So yes, everybody who answered yes, they are correct, right? A union steward is an equal to management when carrying out their representational duties. So when you're in that representation, it's kind of like how Brandon mentioned earlier, right? Or a couple folks were saying they try to bully you. Management will all of a sudden, right? Even if you had always been friendly or, cordial in that meeting, they're really hostile. They're really harsh, right? They're very curt with you. They'll say you can't say that, or maybe they'll try to tell you and deny you what your rights are. And so it's just, be ready to kind of be confronted with that, but also understand, right, in that moment, you are an equal to management. That's why you're there, and that's why you went through the training.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Protected
to wrap
activities.
up this one, so protected activities, right? So you have the right to investigate grievances. There is a little bit of there's a little nuance here and it kind of boils down to look at your contract. So I mentioned earlier that legally we have to have release time to attend meetings, disciplinary meetings, grievance meetings to negotiate. When it comes to time for investigating grievances, it's not a legal right? So that really is going to boil down to your contract. Um, in an ideal world, you have release time in your contract that permits time for investigating grievances. And this is the other thing about grievances. You don't have to wait for a grievance to come to you, right? So this is something that I know that I do oftentimes. I think I'm pretty sure my colleagues as well. Sometimes I'll get a call and sometimes it's casual and they'll say something and I'm like, what? That doesn't sound right. And I'll send out formal information requests to the district. Like now I'm doing an audit. I heard something weird. I'm doing an audit. I'm not waiting for another call to come in. I'm getting the paperwork now. I'm going to do my own research. You don't have to wait for a grievance to come to you and fall into your lap. You can find the grievances. Sometimes they're not that hard to find, which always scares the crap out of me. It's like, oh my God, what else am I missing? So just something to keep in mind that sometimes, hopefully this doesn't happen to you, but if you're looking into something or talking to members, trying to investigate something you think might be a grievance, management doesn't have a right to say, oh, you can't do that. You absolutely have a right to do that. You have a right to know what the hell's going on. You have the right to have certain documents and information and pertaining to things within scope, as they say. You'll learn more about that in the other trainings. But like wages, hours, anything contractual, you should have access to that information, and legally you do. Um, Engaging with coworkers on breaks and before and after work. Obviously, outside of work, you have the right to, talk to members. I will say, I think this came up earlier. You have the right to talk about union activities at work as well, but just be careful because it gets a little tricky, right? If you're having conversations where someone is not doing their job, you know what I mean? To the point where, let me give you a perfect example. Let's say there was two custodians who were both working on, maybe, during the summer, they do these big cleanup projects. They have several custodians go to a site to start moving furniture, whatever it might be. If those two custodians are, casually, working on a floor, buffing a floor, and they're having a conversation about what's going on with the union, that's okay. All right. That's absolutely protected. But if someone says, "Hey, can I pull you out of work for 45 minutes to talk to you about something?" That's not okay, right? So there's limitations. If you have anything like that comes up, or you have management that's giving you a hard time when you feel like you are not, taking it too far, that's when you let your labor rep know. Um, but yeah, voter registration, petitions, Victory Club membership. We do have to be very careful when it comes to anything involving politics during work time. But in regards to union activity, right, that's protected concerted activity. You talking to your coworkers about your workplace, about your union working conditions, all that stuff, you're in the clear.
All right. I
Okay.
think that takes us to our first activity. So you should all have received in your packets through the email our first activity. So everybody want to double check, make sure they have it. If they don't, please let us know and we can send it through the chat. But we're going to do our breakout rooms. We're going to do activity 1. And Elijah's gonna go ahead and hand it off to me, so I'll take you through the end of the training. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing, and while we set up, the next half of the presentation, we're gonna go ahead and Fallon just put our first activity in the chat. So if you don't have it on hand, go ahead and check in the chat. Make sure you have it downloaded to your device, and then I'll give you all a minute so that you can kind of do that, and I'll stop sharing, and then we're going to go into our breakout rooms. Does that make sense to everyone?
Mine's on a different device though, like I was telling you guys earlier.
Oh, you can use it on that one, on
I
the other
don't know.
device.
I don't know if I can zoom on the other device though.
You
Well,
know
if
what?
not,
Here, I might be able to put the scenarios in the chat.
oh, okay,
Would that
perfect.
work?
That would help.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Let me
Okay.
see if I can pull those up real quick. Sorry.
Yes, Mallory?
Is this just for discussion and then a share out after for the breakout rooms?
Oh,
Yes.
yes, yeah.
Yeah. We won't stay there for the rest of the group. Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. We're not gonna stay there for the rest of the training. It'll be, let's see, how much time do we have for this one? Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and move folks into their breakout rooms. And
And here, I'm gonna send everything in the chat too.
yeah, there's
Oh,
a
there you
couple
go.
folks. A few folks are not assigned. I'm gonna go ahead and assign you to a group, okay?
Oh, does everyone have a scenario?
Everybody should. If not, we can do some rounds right now of checking in on folks. I think we're. Hold on. Yeah, we have a couple folks who are not assigned. Let's see. Do we have folks who are not assigned? We do. Let's see.
do make up stories and they will go against
I
what
did
you
not
say.
know there.
Okay. Do we still have folks waiting? We do. Okay. Let me assign you folks. Move over to. We'll do room 2. You should get a notification for an.
Folks, does someone want to read the first scenario?
I'll read it. My English is not that good, so bear with me. The steward receives a call from the HR manager and is instructed to attend a meeting as a union representative. The steward asks what the meeting is about and is told that he will find out when she or he gets there.
Thank you. That was perfect. So I think we can start going through the questions under each scenario. So the first one is, does this interfere with the steward's ability to perform his or her duties as a steward? If so, how? What do folks think?
I would say yes, because there's no time to even know what's going on. They didn't tell you what's going on. You need to take the time to investigate before you go into the meeting.
That sounds right with me. Do folks have any other feedback on this?
You wouldn't have time to like mentally prepare either.
Exactly. And I think you both kind of hit it, right? Which is, if you're pulled into a meeting, you know nothing about it, you don't really know how to prepare and also have that counterattack, right? And know how to actually like protect the member properly. You're both really right on that one. The second question is, how should the steward respond, right? So how would y'all go about with this situation?
I would send an email asking for more time and also CC some other union members, like my president to me.
That sounds right with me too, right? Asking for time is never anything bad, right? We always, you know, and it's not anything to our fault, right? We just don't have the information, right? And if we don't have all of the information, how can we actually move forward? That was perfect. Thank you, Danielle. Last question, how should the steward follow up after this incident, right? So, and I'm gonna just add on a little bit to it, right? Let's say that we have set up a different date, and let's play devil's advocate for a little bit. The district doesn't want to extend the time, right? They follow back and they're just like, no, there's no more time. What should we respond with? What should we tell them?
Good question. Okay, are you able to ask for or demand more time? If they say no, you have to go in unprepared. Is that the case?
So we have a duty of fair representation, right? And we can make the argument that if you're not giving us enough time to properly assess the situation, follow CSA policies, right, which are lengthy, right, because there's a lot of procedures and policies, then you are interfering with our duty of fair representation to the member. Did that make sense to folks?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Or is there anything else that folks have experienced that they say, you know, might be helpful for the group to know?
I'm pretty new to this, so no.
Just so folks know, this is my first month at CSE, so it's been a lot of onboarding. So I'm also very new to this. I'm a labor rep in Kern County. So
Wonderful.
Sorry, I introduced myself very briefly at the beginning. So this is a little awkward for me. So just bear with me, but it's great to be here with y'all. But yeah, I think the first scenario sounds good to me. Do folks want to move on to the second one?
Yes.
Or does anyone have any questions actually? Okay. Does anyone want to read scenario 2?
I'll read it. The steward's manager tells the steward that she won't give permission for the steward to attend a representational meeting since it might interfere with the steward's regular duties as an employee. Does this interfere with the steward's ability to perform her duties as a steward, and how?
Yes, it does. Because if they're forcing you to work, then you're not able to attend the meeting.
And you have contracted time off to deal with the issues.
Yeah, I have a question because I'm from a very small school district and we don't usually have people who are available to sub on the spot. So if I were faced with a situation where I'm not sure how they could have a meeting and have, cover my position. I don't know if you can answer that question.
Yeah, so as shared before, right, we do have contracted time in our contracts to be there as a union steward when a member is going through anything, right? Any type of like discipline or any meeting with their manager. When it comes to really small school districts that don't really have that flexibility to just sub in someone or have someone else take up the work, I think we can just have like creative ways to go about it, right? We can decide that the meeting is before, right? Like in the morning, right?
Yeah.
We can do it during one of our breaks, right? Because we are allotted breaks as workers, so we have to take them. And it's just kind of like a scheduling conflict. It can also be after work. I think the other thing too can be we can have someone else who's a job steward or like on the e-board or even the chapter president attend if we ourselves cannot attend personally. Or there's also like the labor rep, right? So there's like a whole conglomerate of folks that can step in if we personally can't. It also depends on the member. There's some folks that are comfortable with some like certain folks and others not, right? So it's really up to the member on how they want to navigate it, any situation. But we do have contracted time. And if they're just saying, well, no, you can't come out of work, that's actually interfering with our right to run our business, our union business, right? Which is anti-union. And so that can be a whole like unfair labor practice charge, right?
Oh.
So yeah, so because we have a right to organize, and just to share a little bit too, a lot of my my chapters are like in very rural areas in Kern County, and they don't even do new employee orientations, right? And that is
Yeah,
also
ours didn't either.
yeah, and I would check in with your labor rep because that's illegal. That's a state law that allows us to actually be there and gives us anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes to talk to an employee about union business because they have a right to join if they would choose to. But if we can't be there, then we can't tell them,
I'm
right?
gonna write
So
that down.
yeah, just FYI, there's a lot of ways that they can interfere with our business, but all of that is illegal. The second question is, and then just as a reminder, because I know we went a little off topic, the scenario is that a manager tells a steward that they basically are not given permission to be a representative at a meeting because they have to work, right? How should the steward respond? What do folks think? What would y'all do if this happened to you?
Communicate it to our labor representative.
Yeah, that's perfect. Anyone else?
I agree with her.
And definitely no.
Yes,
I
was
was
gonna
gonna
say,
call.
yeah, follow up via email, like, hey, just wanted to, even with your supervisor, hey, supervisor, just wanted to recap on our conversation, just confirming you will not let me miss a little bit of work to be able to perform my job, my union duties as a job steward, right? Just have those paper trails, especially in smaller districts. A lot of it is like talking, right? They'll like walk up to you, have a brief conversation. None of that is recorded. So then it gets harder to contest later on. So always make sure there's a paper trail. Awesome. And how would y'all follow up as the job steward afterwards? I think email was
I
one
think
of
that's
them
what she just answered.
Yeah, email is one of them. Yeah, sorry. anything else that folks think we could do as a follow-up? I would also say to communicate with the e-board and the chapter president, right? Just so they know, they're aware of like what's happening. And it also, communication really is key, right? And sometimes we think it might just be happening to us, but it can be like a whole problem that's been happening to a lot of folks, right? And if we don't voice it, we'll never really find out or know. So I think I would also just follow up with the group and be like, hey, like this happened to me. Has this ever happened to you? And then it's also like a great way to get guidance, right? If this happened to, let's say, the chapter president or the treasurer, like how would I go about dealing with this, right? How did you deal with it? And how do you suggest that I deal with it? Especially because they all work for the same districts and they're aware of how it works, right? So they may have a little bit more knowledge. Awesome. Any questions on scenario 2? Okay, moving on to the last one. Does anyone want to read scenario 3?
I'll read this one. The steward is attending a representational meeting. As the meeting begins, the manager tells the steward that he is being permitted to sit in during the investigation. The manager also tells the steward that he or she will not be permitted to speak, nor can he or she talk to the member in private until the conclusion of the meeting.
Thank you. Does this interfere with the steward's ability to perform his or her job duties as a steward, and how?
Absolutely.
It's like paying for an attorney and then your attorney's just watching you like
Silence.
drown.
That was actually the exact same thing I was thinking. It's like paying so much for an attorney and the attorney just sitting there not saying anything. Ernest also shared in the chat, yes, this is a blatant violation of Wayne Garden rights. A union steward is not merely a silent witness or an observer. As was mentioned, the Supreme Court established that the representative is there to assist the employee, which includes the right to speak, ask for clarification, object to confusing questions, and consult privately with the employee. And yes, that is 100% correct. So how would you respond? How would y'all respond to this?
So you would just refuse to stay quiet, right? You would represent them because that's what you're there for. Otherwise, what's the point?
Exactly, right? You don't have to abide by anything that they say, right? You know you have a right to speak, you know you have a right to object, you know you have a right to also cut the meeting off, right? In very rare cases, sometimes what the employee does is so severe that it can lead to criminal charges, right? And in that case, there's specific policies that TSA has to make sure that we navigate those correctly. For sure, if you think that this can bring about like actual charges to a member, call your labor rep immediately. They will know how to handle the situation. There's specific statutes and laws that protect the employee, but we protect workers, right? When it comes to anything criminal, you gotta get an attorney for that, right? If you so choose. So just FYI, because that was one of the most shocking things that I learned during my onboarding, that like sometimes it can get a little tricky. So definitely check in with your labor rep. Okay. And how would y'all follow up after this?
Paper trail, right? The emailing.
Exactly. Okay, well, those were all the scenarios. I know we have 4 more minutes. Does anyone have any other scenarios that you personally encountered that maybe went really well, or just anything that you'd want to share with the group? Or any questions actually too?
There was actually something that happened at my school site a few weeks ago, like right before summer break, where there was an incident with the student, and aides were called in, but they were not told that they had the right to have a rep with them. And I was kind of assigned to be the site rep temporarily because there was no trainings available and we didn't have a site rep. So I immediately communicated with my union coordinator, and I asked her, I'm like, so what proceeds? Because they already had this meeting. Like I see the principal pulling out apes one at a time, talking to them, and they don't have any representation. And they were also told that they couldn't discuss what was happening with anyone. And I was like, well, you have the right of representation if you're a member of CSCA. So then took it into my hands to communicate to them and pass forward the information of our labor rep. And they were told that they had someone from the district sit in for the meeting as a representative. And I was like, does not sound right. I don't know what happened further than that because they were not allowed to discuss anything. But I did find it kind of odd that the principal called in someone from the district instead of allowing them to communicate with CSCA.
Yeah, so as a bargaining unit member, right, you always have a right to ask for a representative, whether it's someone on the e-board or an LRR, right? The district doesn't have to tell you that you have a right to representation, right? That's why a good practice is like always ensuring that members, when they're pulled into a random meeting halfway through the day, ask, what is it about, right? Or am I going to be disciplined, right? Always ask those questions because if not, you have no idea, right? Because it can be as simple as like, asking for like, oh, do you want to do something this weekend? Or oh, you're gonna get in trouble because there's investigations happening, right? They do have a right for a neutral third party, right? Because ultimately, like if you have a problem with your supervisor shouldn't be determining what your punishment is because they could be the affected party and they're personally involved. So the district does have a right to pull someone in as a neutral third party. Usually it's HR, sometimes it's not, right? But regardless, members always have a right to representation. If they are unsure, they can always call their LRR or their chapter president. As LRRs, we have to do intakes, right? And then get back to you if we have the capacity. If not, but like you always have a right to representation if you are a member. And then they can pull folks randomly just to investigate, especially if they were a witness to something, right? Because they want to get the feedback. Pero I think at the end of the day, like, if you feel like you're gonna get in trouble, if you're not sure, call. It's better to be safe than sorry. And you did a great job. Great job reminding them. That's really good.
It's just crazy because again, we don't know our rights and a lot of people don't. Like some people don't even know about the voting or anything like that. They don't stay in touch. They don't even read their emails. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys. See each other next breakout room. Bye.
We ready to talk about what we spoke about? Did we have good conversations? We did. I see yes, a couple head nods. All right.
Yeah, we did.
I think we're still
nice.
waiting for some people to come back.
Yeah, I think we are. I think a couple folks are still in there. They must be having really good conversations.
Do you want me to put the PowerPoint up?
Yeah, please.
Okay, everyone bear with me here.
Dust off the tech abilities.
Yeah, here we go.
Let's see. It's loading.
Oh, you know what? I think I need to. I think I'm sharing the whole screen. I got to share the app. Oh, and my computer's freezing. Great.
Well, meanwhile, I think we can talk a little bit about our activity. We had 3 scenarios, right? And the idea was to go over them and help answer the questions that are on the scenario. Is anybody from a group really, like jumping at the bit to share out? Or do we want to share via the chat? Anybody want to volunteer for that? Maybe just kind of say what their group was discussing? Yes, Crystal.
So one specific question with scenario 1 that came up, well, I guess it's more scenario 2, he or she won't give permission for the steward to attend. Can they do that was the specific question. And the answer that we had for each other, and we just want clarification from you guys, is it depends on the contract, the CBA.
Yeah, that's correct. It does depend. That's why there's no straightforward answer. I know it'd be easier if there was, right? If your contract does delineate time that union stewards or agents of the chapter or the association get to go ahead and do that kind of investigation during work hours, then that would constitute, being able to do that and even attend those meetings. Um, I think the more specific answer can also be, as union stewards, part of your rights as one on campus is to attend those meetings. So if the member represents you as their specific steward, then you should be granted that time to at the very least attend the meeting. And then, the investigatory parts can happen maybe at a different time in the day. But for the most part, from my understanding, it has always been understood by districts that, and correct me if I'm wrong, folks, if you are an elected and officially, like jacketed steward, like you went through the training, you did that, you're officially a steward within your chapter, then you have the right to attend those meetings. I hope did that help answer the question, or?
Yeah, I think it does. And that's kind of the gist we were going for, but at the same time, making sure that if that situation were to arise, because it's a very real life situation, that we would be able to say, well, these are my rights, and be right when we say that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And always double check what your contract says, because that's part of the place, right, of where you get your rights besides the law. So always kind of have those in your back pocket. Sometimes what I would suggest to members is to kind of just have like a little cheat sheet that, like, if it would be better for you and your daily activities, right, as a union steward, to kind of carry like the law that grants you those, or ERA and the specific ones, then you can kind of carry those with you and kind of cite those when the district's trying to give you some pushback on that. And also just sometimes being very firm in what we know, right? Which is where those people skills of communicating with management comes into play, and also having to reinforce and remind them, right? I'm a union steward. I'm not an instructional aide right now. I'm not a bus driver. I'm a union steward right now, and I have just as much right as you do. Does that make sense?
Agreed.
Cool.
Question.
So, yes.
Still a little bit confused. So if you're a jacketed steward, you're in your job and it's interfering with your job. Let's say you're a one-on-one para educator, you're driving a bus, whatever your position may be, how do you get coverage for that? And what if it is unavailable?
So that's a great question. I think that's where the communication with your member and the district is going to come into play. If they tell you an hour from now, right? Oh, hey, in an hour or 30 minutes from now, I need you to come in and be my representation, but you're unavailable to do that.
Vivian, I think it cut out. Oh,
it froze or something.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
she's frozen.
She's stuck. Yeah,
she froze up. She froze
up. But Karen, I'll jump in to kind of answer your question. Sometimes we can actually use this to our advantage, right? Because it's always best if we have an opportunity to meet with the member beforehand. And if management is saying, hey, well, you need to get coverage, you know, whatever it might be, that's a great opportunity to say, hey, I understand it's going to be hard to find coverage so last minute. How about we reschedule this meeting for another time so you guys can pull that sub in or do whatever you have to do. You can use that as kind of a tool to kind of delay things a little bit so you have more, ample time to talk to your member, and also kind of come off as, hey, look, I'm working with you, right? We're having a decent working relationship here. I'm trying to reason with you. So when that kind of stuff comes up, reasonable heads typically prevail, right? Hey, let's reschedule, right? Maybe in cases like where it sounds like Brandon's district's pretty nutty, but generally generally
say
that's
the
not the
least.
case.
I don't think my district's quite as bad as his.
It's pretty bad.
They're pretty flexible, I think, over here. I was just wondering if it happened to come in and they're like, you know, you have to be here now, but you don't have coverage for a
Yeah.
situation or a person. My teacher and stuff is pretty relaxed with me, so.
I mean, I would say that's because you have a right to attend that meeting with that member, right?
Correct.
That's your rights under ERA. So you say, hey, at the end of the day, it's their problem, but it gives you an opportunity to say, okay, let's just reschedule.
I'm glad you said that, Elijah, because I was thinking the same thing in my head. I just didn't want to say it.
Yeah, I mean, it's
you
true.
know what I mean? Like, hey, that's on you, not me. You know what I mean? I have an obligation, so do you. So let's figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, you know, some people, you know, like they say, if they're with a one-on-one student, which I am pulled from my regular job to do that sometimes. Actually, 1 year, like I was out of my class more than I was in it. You know, you're not gonna let that child suffer.
Of course, yeah. And that's where it's usually better to try to reason, hey, let's reschedule. Let's see if we can get coverage tomorrow, maybe Friday, whatever it might be.
Right.
Okay.
And then you come off like you're, you know, being fair and reasonable. And also it gives you, there's a strategic part of it is if you have an opportunity to get on the phone or chat with your member for even just like for 10 or 15 minutes beforehand, hey, what's going on? Why do you think this is happening? What happened? The who, what, when, and where? Seize that opportunity.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Elijah,
Vivian, are you back?
I'm back. Sorry,
Okay.
folks. I don't know what happened. I think my computer decided to give out on me and wants me to stop working today, but sorry, folks. Okay, we have one more comment from Crystal, right?
Sorry, I just wanted to add a little bit for Karen, because of your SPED position. One of those things for strategy for trying to not necessarily force that rescheduling, but encouraging it is bringing in the IEP laws. If you're on a one-on-one with a child, you can't violate their IEP and put the district in, you know, a situation where they're now violating that mandate from that IEP. And so it would be in the district's best interest to reschedule this meeting so that the member has their right and you also, as their job steward, are following your rights. And that will be probably a great strategy to have in your back pocket. It's, you know, bring in that IEP language to your benefit.
Absolutely. Great conversations with everyone. While I was away, did we talk about scenario 2 already or scenario 3? I don't think we have. Or did we? Nope. Okay. Let's go ahead and do scenario 2 then. The steward's manager tells the steward that he or she won't give permission for the steward to attend a representational meeting since it might interfere with the steward's regular duties as an employee. Well, we kind of already discussed that, right? That's definitely what Karen kind of mentioned of, well, what if can I step away from my job? And I feel like we did a really good job in coming up with strategies to mitigate that and also ways to make sure that we're still fulfilling our obligations both to our job and our job as a union steward. So I think we had plenty of conversation with that. Scenario 3. The steward is attending a representational meeting. As the meeting begins, the manager tells the steward that he or she is being permitted to sit in during the investigation. The manager also tells the steward that he or she will not be permitted to speak, nor can he or she talk to the member in private until the conclusion of the meeting. Does this interfere with the steward's ability to perform their duties as a steward? And if so, how? Do we have any response to this? Yes? Absolutely right. This is a blame violation of, this is from Ernest. This is a blame violation of Weingarten rights. A union steward is not merely a silent witness or an observer. As was mentioned, the Supreme Court established that the representative is there to assist the employee, which includes the right to speak, ask for clarification, object to confusing questions, and consult privately with the employee. All right, Ernest, if I'm ever in your district, I want you as my union steward. You're super well informed, you know your rights, and I think you definitely hit the nail on the head, right? That's definitely, all of that encompasses the district's interference with our jobs as union stewards. And of course, that's one of the ways to respond is to reestablish that I have rights that are granted to me by the court. There's there's laws that are already set in place that means that I can be here as an equal to you management. And so that means I get to also ask questions and caucus and, follow up right with all of that from what we're hearing and what we're talking about here in this meeting. So yeah, absolutely. Hit the nail right on the head. And that kind of helps answer questions 2 and 3, right? How should the steward respond? How should the steward follow up after the incident? So we kind of mentioned it before, and it's been a through line through the chat, right? Which has been to document as much as you can, document as much as you are able to, right? All of that, and make sure that your notes and your records are really, up to speed with what you're talking about. And because your notes and your records are going to help refer you back to what was discussed in that meeting, and they can be your lifesaver, really, because sometimes we might miss something while we're there, but then we have it in our notes, we go back and we're like, oh yeah, that's definitely something that was mentioned, right? So awesome. Does anybody else want to share out, or do we feel like Ernest kind of like really just took it home? It's like hiring a lawyer, but the lawyer can't talk. Yeah, exactly, right? It's exactly like that. Yes, Crystal.
So in our group, we obviously said, we would bring up, this is our right as a steward, but then we also talked about, well, what if we have a new steward that doesn't feel comfortable saying that? Or our membership or member doesn't feel comfortable following that line of possible hostility. And so we talked about if that were the case, then it would be then the responsibility of the job steward to communicate to the member. We're not answering questions because we're not participating in this. We are sitting to meet a attendance, and then we're getting in a hold of our labor rep.
Yeah, absolutely. If it's That's a really good point to make, right, Crystal? Thank you. Is that if you have newer folks who are, newer stewards or folks that are uncomfortable being that kind of confrontational or combative in a meeting, that definitely makes sense to say, you know what, I'm here as your representation, but I'm going to take notes. I'm going to do everything I can as your representation within that kind of scope. And then we're going to take this and take it with the labor rep. That makes sense. Absolutely. I think the other important part too is know your strengths and know your weaknesses. And I think the more you kind of do them, the stronger you'll get into saying, these are what my rights are, and this is what I can do in these meetings. But of course, that takes time, right? We're not expecting folks to go guns a-blazing on their first one. You have to take the time to develop your skills as a steward. And this is obviously the first step, but as you move forward in your journey as union stewards, you'll get more comfortable with having that communication with the district, and you'll even be able to build that relationship across the table. So great points, everyone. All right, let's move on. Next slide. Perfect. The chief union steward, right? Well, our general idea and our goal with our chief union steward, and there is a difference, right? It's kind of like we mentioned earlier. You have your newer union stewards who are new, they just completed the training, maybe they're freshly jacketed, right? Which is just another way of saying they just completed the program, they just kind of graduated, right? But your chief union steward is a position within your chapter wherein they are usually the most experienced person as a union steward, and they kind of take the newbies under their wing to kind of help guide them within that. And so just to give you a little bit of their process as chief union stewards, right? They ensure that the union steward program functions according to the chapter's constitution. Everybody has a chapter constitution and bylaws, and there are certain requirements for each elected official on the chapter leaderboard or leadership, right? And so everybody has a role, and your constitution and bylaws are going to dictate what role your chief union steward has, what obligations they have to meet within their chapter, and so forth. They also ensure that all grievances are handled properly. Again, being the chief union steward means that they are the most experienced person. They usually also kind of carry the relationships across the table if they have some history that they need to inform the newer union stewards of. Maybe historically, issues that the newer folks that are coming in and confronting have already been handled. They can kind of give that history to the newer folks and saying, hey, this is how we handled it the last time this came up. If it works, great. If not, maybe it's time to look at it in a new perspective.
So Vivian, so I see what you're saying about the chief union steward, but
yeah.
if the chief steward doesn't know like then what approach do you take then? Because
So
I
that's
ran
where
into this.
you would go to your labor rep to
Okay.
consult and really kind of let them know, like, hey, our chief union steward does that, maybe they don't know or they've never confronted this before. Let's take it
Okay.
up with the labor rep. Yeah.
Okay.
And then of
Thank
course
you.
your contract is another good resource.
Can I chime in for just a quick second, Vivian?
Yeah, go ahead,
'Cause
Fallon.
in the chat, I think a good point or a question was, can you take more than one rep to a meeting? And when we did the breakout groups and we were going through scenarios, you absolutely can. And a lot of the times it's beneficial, especially if you know it's going to get contentious in there, to have somebody that is there taking notes and someone who's leading the discussion.
Absolutely.
Fallon and I have a record. What was it, 4 or 5?
Yeah, we
4 or
rolled
5 reps?
deep one time. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta roll
Amazing.
in deep just to make them shake in their boots,
Well, right? Yeah. Sometimes you have to really flex your union strength in order to get that point across. Yeah, exactly. Like we said, power in numbers. So your chief union steward is also supposed to maintain the necessary records. Again, that goes back to the history of it's presumed, right, that your chief union steward is going to be someone who has several years of experience under their belt. So they should be keeping the historical kind of wins of certain grievances that are filed, different kind of organizing techniques that they've used, the history of the politics, stuff like that. They need to be maintaining those records. And they keep the executive board informed on all grievance activity. So your chief union steward, in their role as chief union steward, they're supposed to take all the new and the other union stewards, right, under their wing to kind of lead that group and to ensure that the executive board is always informed of the grievance activities that are happening, because it can get difficult, right, to be the chief union steward, or to be the chapter president, and then also to be on top of all of the grievances that are happening within their chapter, especially if we have really large chapters. So it's just to ensure that somebody has that singular role as the chief union steward. So moving on, I think we're going to talk a little bit more about what their roles are.
I want to highlight a question in the chat asking about going into a meeting, even if they haven't completed all the training.
So, what do you
I think
guys
we'd
feel?
recommend you reach out to your chapter leadership or
Yeah.
your labor rep and let them know you're interested and you'd like to come and observe, and ask them to take you along next time there's
Yeah.
disciplinary meeting. Yeah, it's great to get a little experience in the room. In fact, I'd highly recommend doing that because it's a little intimidating.
Yeah, I think that's true, actually. These meetings can get really difficult, and if you're not used to that kind of confrontation with management, it might take you a while to get used to being even in those meetings, but also to be able to speak up and really enforce the rights as the union steward. So hands-on training is always the best whenever you can do it. Cool. All right. So moving on to the other slide. These are a little bit more of the roles, right, of a chief union steward. They recommend to the executive board if grievances/disciplinary matters should be arbitrated. Some chapters also provide that chief steward's process all grievances not settled at the immediate supervisory level. Some chapters also provide that chief stewards chair a steward/grievance committee. And that's kind of like what I was saying earlier, right? Is that your chief union stewards are usually the head of those steward committees or councils that are headed by them. And the idea being the right that they are the most experienced, that they have the history, and also they have specific roles that as elected officials onto their e-board, they have to fulfill. So again, this all goes back to your constitution and bylaws and your contract, which are going to outline exactly both in the constitution what your roles and responsibilities are as a chief union steward, and your constitution is going to delineate, right, what your rights are on campus and at your work site. Any questions here? No, seeing none. All right. So, okay, this is my question to everyone. Do we feel like we need another break? Because this is a lot of material. I know we took a little bit of a bathroom break earlier. Do we feel like we need another one? Do we want to power through it? Are we saying let's just go to the end? What do we
Should we do a
feel?
poll?
We could do a poll, yeah.
I think we should do a
Can you
poll.
tell us how much time between that if we don't?
Let's see. We're a little over halfway done with the training, but we want to reserve some time for, so that should take us to about, it's 12:30. Power through after a short break. Some folks said I can use a restroom. Do we want to do maybe 7 minutes or 5 minutes, maybe even less, to just go to the bathroom and then come back? Some folks said I want to power through, short break.
Don't be afraid to say if you need a little bit longer.
Yeah. Should we do 7? I think 7's, a happy middle ground. 7 minutes? Okay, 7 minutes, and then we'll power through after that to the end. How does that sound? 1 through 7? All right. So I'm going to go ahead.
David. You see David in here. He said 15 minutes.
I know.
By law.
By
He's already
law.
trying to union steward us over here.
He's gonna unionize all of our participants. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll do 7 minutes. Go to the restroom. If we don't need the 7 full minutes, then we'll just get started after 5. But 7 minutes, okay? So be back at 12:40. Cool. All right, I'm gonna turn on my air conditioning. Hold on.
Can I ask you a weird question, even though we're on break, but not on break?
Yeah, go ahead.
What happens if, let's say your steward is aware of job-related duties that are being violated per se, and does not bring the topic to the union, and then you go to the chief union and you send them an email through the website to address the situation, but you don't get a response? What do you do after that point?
That's a good question. I think, well, if you complete the program, you as an official jacketed steward can then take, the grievance issue to
Because
the
that's one of the
chapter.
reasons I'm doing this, because it's like there's a lot of issues. They see it, they acknowledge it. Like during our I'm a custodian, so we have a custodian group chat. So the stewards are in the conversations. They acknowledge it and everything, but then nothing's ever really done about it, and it's a flagrant violation of our literal contract. So that makes it a grievance, but they're not bringing the grievance forward. I talk about it at the meetings and it becomes a joking matter. And so I formally write an email to the chief union steward and I get no reply. So
I'm sorry
so
to
that's
hear.
why I'm like, huh, what do you do now? So that's why I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna become a steward and do it myself.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry that you're having that experience and that you're going through that. It's really disappointing to hear, right? But I think, as a member in good standing, you have access to all the trainings. Then once you complete all of them, then it'll be your right as a union
Take it
steward to
up.
go ahead and take it up.
Because
Yeah.
it affects a whole lot of people. And it's like, It's totally unfair too. Like you're doing somebody else's job. It's not even in your job description and nobody's addressing it. And it's like a, oh, well, type of thing.
Yeah. And you know what? I will say this, apathy is the killer of unions. And sometimes when folks kind of just get really blasé about the things that are
Mhm.
ongoing or apathetic, that's where you get that stagnation that a lot of folks.
And that's what I keep telling him. I said that's why people are adverse to coming to join the union, even because they're like, you voice your opinion or you state that this is blatantly wrong or whatever. It is in the contract also that it's wrong, and nothing gets done about it. And then you just
Yeah.
sitting, everybody's just sitting there eating pizza and chicken at the meetings, and playing games. I'm like, we're not here to socialize.
You
Somewhat.
know what? You know what, Miss Keisha? I think I see the presidency in your future. That passion and that drive, which brought you here, right?
The thing is, I can't like I won't even stand up for myself usually, but I'll stand up for somebody else. I'm just that weirdo. But
You know,
if I
I
see
sympathize.
something like I can't stand seeing
Yeah,
undermining
no,
people,
yeah.
I can't handle that. That's where
Oh,
I
yeah.
draw the line. I'm like, I'd be the quietest mouse. I'd be like, but I'll be up, boom, all of a sudden because that's not right. You can't do that. Like, no.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, that's how a lot of the work and how we get our rights gets done, really, right? Is that good people are standing up and saying that's not right, that's an injustice, and
Mhm.
I'm going to do something about it. But I sympathize with you. I'm the exact same way. I feel like I see it, that's why I got into this career and this field as a whole is, you know, there's so much of our just on a broader level, right? Like societal issues that are
Yeah.
presented that tie back to our work that we do or labor as a whole. And
Mhm.
so being educated in your labor rights and knowing what your rights are both at the workplace and also just as a whole can help take back that power. And I think once people know they have that power, then you become like this unstoppable force. But of
Exactly.
course, it takes time to get there. But yeah,
I know,
I
and
get
that's
you.
the only thing that can get us to move as one force because
Mhm.
if you have disagreements even within the union on whose rights or whose for example pay raises, like
Sure.
we've had issues with this for years whereby some people in some a group within the union basically is not really being fairly represented because they don't have somebody from that class per se. It's just a generalized thing, so everybody gets moving up and then they're stuck back there and then they wonder why people are disgruntled. It's because they're not being fairly represented.
Yeah.
Easy, simple as that. Like you have to represent everyone if you're gonna be like the union is supposed to represent everyone, not just
Oh,
this
yeah.
set or that set or this. It doesn't make sense, and that's how
Mhm.
you lose your members too.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's absolutely true. We have to be cognizant and aware of the way that our union moves and the way it functions, and that's where that transparency comes in, right? And as an organization, we have to have those uncomfortable conversations with each other, and sometimes that means confronting the not so great parts of human leadership, but I think that's a human issue sometimes, is that sometimes try as we might as a group, there will always be it'll be really difficult to always have everybody 100% no deviant like thoughts or like opinions, right? So it's all about how can you work as a unified group towards what benefits all of us. And I think that's where the conversations and union membership like really kind of you can see that power, right? But yeah, no, I agree. That's a really good conversation to have. I 100% agree. Are we all back, folks? Think we are. Are we all back? I think so, right? Think some folks are maybe walking back in. All right. So, speaking of transparency, we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about the policies that CCA has set in place. And there's three main policies that we have that relate to union stewardship, okay? So Policy 610. Policy 610 ensures that negotiated collective bargaining agreements and modifications are properly approved by the chapter's membership in the association. This includes grievance settlements. So when you go through your first grievance and you reach a settlement for that member, it must be drafted and properly documented and sent into the field office per our policy 610. And the idea with that is that it creates transparency so that things don't just kind of like end up on an administrator's desk at the management side, and there's no official documentation process, and there isn't more eyes like on it, right? So 610, this is what'll happen. You reach a settlement, Miss Keisha goes in, she wins her first grievance settlement, right? I'm the member, you know, now our settlement says, per what we spoke about at the district, I'm owed compensation. So if I'm owed compensation, what's going to happen is there will be a settlement drafted. All parties will sign. I will sign. Vivian, agreed to this settlement. The grievance has been resolved on the district side, and the association CSEA chapter 466 is in agreement, right? We've negotiated, we've agreed, the member agrees, it's all kosher. Then after that, it's going to be sent through your labor rep to the field office. So for us, it would be sent to the Fresno field office, wherein our field director and our senior labor reps are going to go ahead and review it for obvious grievance waivers. So maybe things that waive our rights, right? Or things that are illegal. It's essentially another set of eyes so that all across the board, no matter once you're done negotiating that grievance settlement, right, all the way up to our field office, and if it would ever need to go up before, like above them, then it could also be reviewed, right? But it's the association safeguard to ensure that we are not negotiating things that are illegal at the table and as union stewards. Does that make sense, folks? So in other words, right, rank and file members get a chance to participate, discuss, and ultimately vote yes or no. That's the other part, is that the 610 policy will also dictate if things like the settlements need to be ratified and voted on by members. Most of the times they will be. So that's where, you know, the chapter meetings that we hold are going to go ahead and be the ratification meetings or the approval meetings for those things. Okay. Kind of like why we say being a member is so important, because you get a voice and you get a vote. And that means voting on things like grievance settlements, should they need to be put up to a ratification vote, and things like your contract that's negotiated, the tentative agreements, you know, things like that, of that nature. Okay.
Question.
Yes.
If you come to a settlement, everything passes, blah blah blah, and then they break or do not fulfill their end of it, where do you go from there? Or who handles
So
that?
correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think that would constitute another grievance filing, right? And potentially even an unfair labor practice charge, even going so far as going in front of a judge and a hearing, that all the association would be there and the management side would be there, or the district. And so that hearing would be where, and even up to arbitration, would be where the decision would ultimately kind of end up. And that's if it needs to go that far, but it would start again with another grievance of that. Yeah.
Okay, because I was like, at that point in time, it'd be a breach of contract then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect. So, yes, right. Ultimately, a vote yes or no whenever a change in the contract brought about either through negotiations or enforcement proceedings, such as grievance settlements, that would affect their hours, wages, and or terms and conditions of employment. Okay, does that make sense, everyone? Cool. I think we can move on. So policy 606. Hold on, I think I lost my mouse here. Oh, here we are. Policy 606. Another one of CSEA's policies, right? Policy 606 provides a process for a member to request representation from the chapter. Now, it allows a member to appeal if the executive board votes not to provide representation to a member, including submitting a grievance or disciplinary matter. So I'm going to break it down a little bit further. Policy 606 is and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm a little bit rusty on my policies. I get them confused all the time. But policy 606 is the right for an individual member to request and appeal the decision of a chapter executive board. So if I'm Vivian and I go to my chapter for Tehachapi, right, and the e-board, the chapter president, the vice president, all of them, I say, hey, I have this grievance. I want you guys to handle it. And if the chapter leadership says no, policy 606 grants me, Vivian, the member, the right to appeal that decision if they vote to not provide me representation. Are we clear on that? Now, to specify, right, it requests for assistance from a member from the chapter under policy 606 must be handled expeditiously to preserve the rights of the member. If the chapter concludes that it does not desire to extend assistance to the member or requests association assistance, the member should be notified accordingly and will be informed that an appeal for assistance can be made directly to the association. So that's where it would go to the statewide association's board of directors. Said notice shall be provided within 5 working days of the chapter's decision and shall outline the appeal procedure set forth below and specify the deadline for filing such appeal. So if I get told on a Friday that the chapter that I'm in, chapter 466, says, no, you know what, you don't have a very good grievance, we're not going to take it to the district, we're not going to, move it forward, I have 5 working days. So Saturday and Sunday would not count. My 5 days would start the following Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I would have 5 days to submit my
So, because you as members, you have the right, you don't have to be a steward or in leadership. You have the right to file a grievance yourself, right? So let's say, you brought something that it sounds like Keisha might have had an experience similar to this. But let's say you brought a grievance forward to your e-board, right? And they said, we don't know. You have the right to file it yourself. Where 606 really comes into play is with the end of the grievance procedure. And we're going to probably, it gets more into the weeds on that in the other USTs. But if you look at your contract, your grievance procedure usually ends in either arbitration or a board hearing, something like that. So you might escalate a grievance. Usually it's like 4 steps. The 4th step being arbitration. It might escalate all the way to the 3rd. And when it comes to arbitration, that's when most contracts require CSEA approval because there's a cost associated with going to arbitration, right? And the other thing is that it's hard to say, right? We have cases where, at least in my experience, most of the stuff that escalates that level, they're good cases. But sometimes we have cases where it's like we don't have the facts on our side. There is very, very little chance of us being able to prevail. And it's essentially, it'd be wasting the union's resources and your dues, right? To go and fight a fight that we know we're going to lose. So that's the thing is that, and sometimes, right. And this is why we have the appeal process to address, I think, scenarios like Keisha was talking about where, maybe they had the wrong call. Maybe the chapter leadership misread this, right? Maybe there is a good case, there is merit. And that appeal process is to ensure that if there's a good case, we want to take it, right? So I just wanted to clarify that you do have the right to file a grievance. It's when we get to the arbitration steps, that's where there's this approval process and the appeal process.
Thanks, Elijah. I'm gonna self-admit that the policies get really confusing for me.
Yes, they do.
And I'm not 100% confident on them. So please, by all means, if I misspeak or I don't give the accurate information, please jump in and correct me. But yeah, okay. That's a really good explanation. I understood it now better. So thank you.
We're always learning.
Yeah. Perfect. So now we get to move on to policy 615. Which is, let's see. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. So policy 615. It provides the process for a chapter to submit a request to arbitrate a grievance or disciplinary matter at association expense. Matter must be meritorious, allows the executive board to appeal if the field director denies the request. Okay. So this goes a little bit into what Elijah was saying, right? So you're going to have copies of the policies within your work packets that you received via the mail. So if you ever want to go back and specifically review them on your own time, you can also do that. So policy specifically 615 is a request from a chapter seeking approval to arbitrate at association expense must provide assurances that the issue to be arbitrated is meritorious, right? So it's kind of like Elijah said earlier, which was if the association pursues an issue that is not a winning kind of issue, right? Like we don't have a really strong case, then it would be a waste of union resources. Generally, it is the intent of the board that requests for arbitration will be approved even if the issue is one solely related to that particular chapter, provided the issue is meritorious. So this is now talking about policy 615 specifically is talking about taking that chapter request to the association level, right? So that's what this is talking about. The board does not encourage approval of arbitration requests, nor will the board approve requests on appeal where it appears reasonably certain that the issue is solely one of personality or if the employer's position is clearly correct. Again, right, kind of reiterating that it would be a waste of association resources if we dedicate time to cases that are not very strong and don't have very much merit to them. The purpose of this is to encourage chapters not to submit arbitration requests where the issue is not, again, meritorious, and as a guide for field directors to what issues should be arbitrated. So talking a little bit more about maybe like the field director's decisions, right, on like the field office side, but this provides the chapters an avenue for if they believe they have a really strong case and they want it to go in front of the association board, then they would be the ones to make that decision as well. And that's only after the field office has had a chance to review and they have made a decision. Now, if there's an easier way to explain it, please jump in, my coworkers. I would really appreciate it. If
I think you nailed it. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think this is kind of the opposite. Like you mentioned, this is the opposite side. So let's say there's that grievance, right? It works its way up to step 3 or step 4, whatever your arbitration clause is going to be. Again, because arbitration has a cost associated with it, that's when essentially the chapter has to get approval from the association to take it forward, right? So the 606, that's essentially the member saying, hey, here's why I think you should take it. And the 615 is the chapter saying, here, this is why I think you should take this case forward. If that makes sense.
Perfect. That does make sense. Cool. So moving on, we get to talk a little bit more about the tools that you're going to be provided or that you're learning as you kind of go through this process as a union steward. So let's see, next slide.
I have a quick question before you move on.
Yes.
If the chapter, and it goes all the way to the full extent, denies doing the arbitration, can the grievant still do the arbitration on their own? And if they win their case and they get a settlement and everything, will then the chapter have some kind of liability for not proceeding?
Like if you take it on individually without like an attorney or without union
with an attorney or
representation?
somebody else, and then like wouldn't that put the would the chapter have any liability in not proceeding if they win the case?
I see what you're saying. So
yeah,
here's the thing, and I think this kind of interplays with we were talking about DFR, duty of fair representation. So the idea of a DFR, or like a union's obligation to represent, is the idea it shouldn't be like arbitrary or discriminatory in some way. But DFR, it comes with an understanding that people make mistakes, right? I mean, I guess unless there's like maybe evidence that you leads you to believe that the union was not taking your case because of some sort of like protected class reason or something, some illegal reason.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not illegal for them to just be wrong and right.
Okay. That's what I want to know, because I'm like, well, then what protects us, not us as me, but the union itself, from literally having to go to extent of being fined or something because they didn't pursue the matter.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And
that's
that,
why.
and that's why CSCA has this internal appeal process to prevent scenarios like that from happening, right?
It would have to go through a lot of hands to reach first of all, these policies already are saying it has to go through multiple levels within the association, both on the chapter, on the membership side, and on the staff side, in order to reach those kinds of decisions. So if something were to go that far without, it would not go that far without the association being acutely aware of it on the staff side as well. Like there should be no reason that something reaches arbitration level and the association labor rep, the field director of your office, like everybody is not aware of that goings on.
There's a good question in the chat from Crystal.
Is that allowed under Constitution and bylaws? I thought arbitration CCA participation was mandatory. I don't have.
Yeah, Crystal, can you clarify? I'm sorry.
And that's part of why I was asking, because I was like, I thought it was mandatory for it to happen, but then all of these come into play. So then I'm like, well, if the board and everything denies it, then wouldn't they be liable because of that clause right there?
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was talking about, because what Keisha's saying is if everyone tells me they're not going to go to arbitration and she takes it to arbitration herself, what I'm asking is, would she even be able to take it to arbitration herself? Because in the Constitution and bylaws, if you're at arbitration, you have CSCA representation. But if CSCA is denying representation because there's no merit, or for whatever reason that they've decided and documented their decision, then would there even be arbitration at all?
That's a good question. The general answer is no, because when it comes to the arbitration process, the association has a lot of oversight. Again, because there is money as a cost associated with it, right? Because you can see the other side of this where, I mean, I'm not sure how many of you have gotten this call, or but I get this call all the time. People call me, say, hey, I want to file a grievance. I'm like, okay, great. Well, what happened? What's going on? Say, oh, well, my boss is kind of an ass. I was like, oh, that's not a grievance. We can't be, imagine how frustrated you would be hearing a story like that, and then find out your union spent $5,000 to $10,000 of your union dues to go fight that in front of an arbitrator. And that's really what this process is supposed to prevent. So the association kind of controls the arbitration process. But again, owns the grievance for it. But to kind of explain why I think the situation that Keisha and maybe you, Crystal, are referring to is, in order for a grievance to get rejected, it has to go through a lot. It has to go through a union rep, a field director, the entire board of directors. If your thing is, if you're getting rejected, it's because 30 or 40 people are like, yeah, no. So whereas in other unions, there's a lot less people, who
review the matter, and that's what I think, that's what I was trying to get at when I said that there's no realm that I can imagine where an arbitration would happen that a union member is going and doing it by themselves and the association would not be aware that it is happening. I think that's why the policies exist, for that reason, to be able to make those determinations. And then, kind of like we said, right, there's going to be a lot of eyes and brains that are going to analyze the case and the facts of the case, and that's where the association would step in to kind of give their analysis of it. At every single section, especially when it gets to your field director, even past your labor, all them, there is going to be an analysis that's done by the staff side in order to essentially say, this is the reasoning that we have behind our decision.
Yeah. And this is where our legal department also comes into play, providing that. And I think, Ernest, you asked a good question. What's defined as merit? To put it simply, whether the case is actually winnable and makes sense. Does this grievance, is it within, here's a perfect example. Number one rule of grievances is, when it comes to grievances, is it timely, right? Generally, our contracts don't allow us to file a grievance for something that happened 3 years ago. right? Because there's like kind of a statute of limitations when it comes to grievances. So if we have a grievance that escalated, but the matter at hand, the violation itself, occurred 3, 5, 10 years before we filed, that grievance would get thrown out on timeliness alone within seconds in an arbitration. So that would be, with those facts of the case, that case would not have merit to move forward to arbitration. That's just one example. But do we have precedent on our side? Is there past practice? When you get into later USTs, you're going to talk about essentially just cause when it comes to disciplinary matters. Similar rules apply for grievances, right? But the idea of a grievance is whether it has merit is, does it make sense? Do we have the law on our side? And do the facts of the case, lead us to believe that we have a winning case? Again, someone calling and saying, I'm filing a grievance because my boss is an asshole, that's a losing case, right? A case where we're filing grievance because something happened 10 years ago, that's a losing case. It doesn't have merit. I hope that kind of provided some. But again, this is why we have so many people, reviewing this information and this process when it does happen. This is not like you write one sentence, oh yeah, I don't think it's good. No, these are very
pages
very
long, analyses.
I saw one that was like 40 pages of legal analysis, and these are very in depth, very very in depth. Let me tell you.
So I think that I hope that clears more and gives a little bit more clarity, right, on the process of how these policies would come into effect. Let's see. Okay, so do we have any more comments on this section?
Yeah, it's not going to be that long. Let's say, because we deal with not just like our kids, but we deal also with our parents. And I think we all have shared a couple of crazy parents out there. And the thing is that, what do you do if you've told your administration, hey, you know what, I'm starting to a point where I'm fearing already because the parent is really getting overboard. She'll meet you at events at the school and do inappropriate things, and they haven't done anything, but they jump immediately when the parent comes and make up lies about things that have never even occurred, and their first reaction is, we're going to investigate, even though they know that maybe I wasn't even there that day. Like, what do you do in that situation when the administration doesn't want to listen to your own security? Like,
so because that's a great question, and that's something that happens way too often. So here's the thing about this, and I think this is maybe going to highlight or provide some clarity on why that happens when parents do come. Oftentimes districts are doing that as have you ever heard of a CYA measure? Cover your ass. So essentially, in order for districts to, avoid litigation or to protect themselves in case of litigation from a parent, right? They have to show that they've conducted an investigation, regardless of how ridiculous the allegations may be. I come across this all the time where the district will put somebody on paid administrative leave while they conduct an investigation, knowing full well that this did not happen. But they do it anyway. Hey, let's go talk to the witnesses. We'll go to the site. And they know, they're talking to people and they're saying, yeah, that's insane. Of course that didn't happen. Are you out of your mind? Who said this? Right. And that's not because the district, it's not because the district necessarily has like a vendetta against you. It's just a part of the game, so to speak. It's protecting themselves from potential litigation from those parents that we all know about.
Yeah. But I think that's where the section on your end, right, as a member, knowing what your rights are and doing the same kind of intention for the process, but on your end can help keep you safe, right? So that's where having a rep present, going to these meetings, right, having documentation, the district will have to fulfill its obligations to the parent, right? But also they have an obligation to their employees. And so that's where your union would come in to enforce those obligations.
yes,
So it's kind of,
they're more afraid of the first thing that a parent says, oh, I'm gonna go to the district, to the DL. That's the first thing. So they hear those words and it's like if I'm gonna believe the parent, but at the end of the day, I'm a parent as well for the school side. So I mean, I never go up there, I mean, and say half of the things that go on because I know I work there, but I'm just like, damn if I do and damn if I don't. But it's getting to a point in which parent comes up and does these things, and I tell her, and I tell her, hey, you know what? Please have the parent step away from me because now it's a safety issue. And the first thing she says, oh, I didn't see that. That didn't happen. And it's like, well, when are you gonna understand? I mean, when she meets me outside the parking lot, and it's, oh, that's off. That's during off work hours. I'm like, but it's happening during work hours, and you're not doing nothing about it.
Yeah, I think that might warrant a deeper conversation with your labor rep and your potentially your chief union steward. But I think just from hearing about it, I had something not exact but similar happen in one of my old chapters that I represented. There was a parent who was, kind of crazy, and he kind of had it out for one of our members in that chapter. And the district, yeah, they almost felt like their hands were tied, right? Because they have this obligation to the parent. Should the parent go and decide to sue them, they have a lot of leverage against districts that don't do their obligation and their due duty, right? Their diligence. But also on the member side, on our worker side, they do have certain obligations to fulfill in terms of keeping employees safe at the work site. What I would think would be beneficial for the member to pursue in this case and in that case as well, law enforcement, yeah, local law enforcement, just kind of like Crystal says, right? Put a restraining order against that person because more likely than not, they're a member of your community. And if they're like harassing you on Facebook, right? If they're talking all this shit, like, and they make you feel unsafe, that's grounds to go ahead and submit, you know, a restraining order against them through law enforcement. I think that in hand and saying like this is what they pushed me to do. I don't feel safe walking in, the store or things like that. You can then take that to the district and say you have an obligation to keep me safe for the law. Like I can't be around this person now because I have a restraining order. I don't know if that makes sense in that way to kind of approach it as well.
To kind of clarify a little more, because the first thing she says is, oh, well, whatever happens outside, that's not our problem. And
Yeah.
okay.
But it's also kind of like Crystal saying, right? Use their policies and the law to help yourself too. That's what I mean by they have an obligation to parents, but they also have an obligation to their employees. And it's where the union's rights to step in and say, you need to not just focus on parents, you need to focus here too. And that's part of the conversation that can be held too, right? And saying, well, I'm a parent too, and you don't see me doing all that, right? And so it's a little bit of a complex issue to address, but there are different avenues that you can take to help get you in a place that's safer in that way.
Thank you.
And also wanted to mention that your district likely has some sort of formal complaint process. Most districts, they have board policy in regards to like harassment, bullying, their expectations of the community. Talk to your labor rep, but there's a chance that, I mean, if you have a parent that's like so hostile to the point where it's like pervasive harassment, usually that's when you want to start thinking about filing a formal complaint with the school district, because that will also kind of light a fire under them to start an investigation of this parent if they're coming and getting in your face and acting that way. That just because they're a parent doesn't mean they get to
real quick here, Elijah. I know with our district annually we have target solutions, which you're trained on sexual harassment, violent, on shooter, everything, how to climb a ladder. I mean, everything for maintenance. But anyway, in there, I believe there's a process that's outlined, and that's exactly what it tells you to do. As you go to your union first, you go to your school first, to your site where it's happening, and you continue on up. If you do not get any positive response, like from a principal, say, you just go to the next step higher.
Yep.
File it there, because sometimes the principals, everybody's different, man. You know what I mean? So it's like you just gotta just keep climbing the ladder till you get the right spot and make sure it gets submitted.
Yeah.
I heard your labor rep was pretty feisty, so you know.
Oh, she is. She is.
Hey, on that note too, though,
We love Fallon.
on that note too, though, you have to make sure that your complaint is not verbal. It has to be written.
Right.
No,
That's why they keep ignoring
Yeah.
it, because you're
That's
just
exactly
making
right.
the complaint in person. You have to document. You have to document because they can't ignore that you sent it in. They
Absolutely.
can't ignore that you ever
Absolutely.
made that complaint.
Absolutely. And you know what? That's
Yeah.
one thing I did not state was, yes, you must submit it in writing to that person up the ladder. If, you know, take it in, make sure you file it, and you have a copy as well.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And amazing advice. That's exactly what I was going to reaffirm, right? Is that, again, we can say these things, but without the formal process,
Right.
the district can and will wash their hands of it, right? So if
It's
you
like it's like the neighbor who keeps on shooting a shotgun in the backyard. If you don't file that first complaint, the next 20 times he does it is not going to build a case for him. You know what I mean? So you got to do something.
Yeah.
You have to set the paper trail. for
Right.
sure.
Absolutely. Thank you,
Good
everyone,
luck
for
with that,
sharing.
Karen.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, moving on to the next slide.
Oh.
Not me. So we have our toolkit, right? So now that we've gone over a lot of our basic legal rights and some policy within CCA, let's get into some of the practical skills that you're going to need for investigating and preparing cases / grievances, okay? So now we're going to get into the hands-on nitty-gritty type of skills that you're going to need. So this is part of our toolkit. Let's just do a broad overview. The member contacts the union steward with an issue, or the union steward becomes aware of an issue, and this is a grievance issue. Union steward investigates and gathers all the relevant facts, and the union steward is going to analyze to determine if a contract violation has occurred. So that's where you're going to sharpen your tools on the analysis, who, what, when, where, and you know what, and then ultimately we're going to be able to decipher the why. So what to say, right? So before we start talking about our grievances, I'm gonna ask you all a question. You can go ahead and put your responses in the chat. Do we all know, it sounds like we do, but do we all know what a grievance is? Are we all pretty sure that we have the definition of a grievance in our head? So we know that a grievance is not a complaint, right? Kind of like Elijah mentioned earlier, just because my boss is an asshole does not make it a union grievance, a contract violation, right? So if somebody doesn't say hi to me, if somebody's kind of rude to me, but they're following the contract, that's more of an HR side, less and more of an interpersonal issue rather than a direct contract violation. Okay. So the grievance, right? It is also whatever your contract delineates it is. So whatever, again, our contract is our Bible. It's going to keep everything. It's our law book, like everything that can be done and should be done is found within our contract. Does that make sense? So if there's a violation of anything within that rule book, right, within our contract, if anything is broken or not followed, that is also a grievance. Just kind of like we reiterated earlier. So what we're going to go over is something else that you can also find within your grievance with your contract is who can grieve and the grievance procedures. Kind of like we mentioned earlier, right? Your contract's going to delineate who can file a grievance. Most contracts will tell you that it's a member of the bargaining unit, a union member. Some of them might be specific to it's your chief union steward or your elected chapter president can file a grievance, right? But again, review your chapter contracts because they are going to specify who can and they'll have language on that. And they're also going to define the process of it, your timelines, how many levels there are before it reaches arbitration, right? And again, and if there is arbitration within your contract. So again, always refer back to your contract because they're really going to be the guideline to how and what rights you have as a union steward on your specific, chapter. Does that make sense? Okay. So we're going to go ahead and let me ask you this. So just go ahead and answer in the chat. where can you find your chapter's contract, your collective bargaining agreement? Where can you find your contract? Do we all know? Somebody said Teams, my district's website, on the district's website, online, in the HR office, the school's website. All correct answers. Your collective bargaining agreement, my CSEA portal. Yeah, absolutely. So your collective bargaining agreement can be found in human resources, right? Kind of like we mentioned, the chapter office or online. In most cases, yeah, like we mentioned, they're going to be found on your district website. If you don't have a copy, a paper copy or a digital copy, your chapter leadership should be able to provide you one or at least point you in the right direction of where you can get one. Yeah, thank you, Morgan. That's definitely, absolutely what we just said. So chapter leadership should be able to provide one, or HR. All right, let's move on. So what should you have? Am I in the wrong one? Did I skip one? Oh, yeah, there you go. I didn't see this slide. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at a different one.
This
Okay,
is all my
so
fault.
no. So union stewards filed a grievance in accordance with the collective bargaining agreement. Again, you're going to refer back to your contract in order to figure out what the specific steps for your chapter are, because you want to make sure that you follow them correctly and as outlined within your collective bargaining agreement or your contract. Union stewards are going to keep the grievant or the affected employees and the chapter informed throughout the entire process. It's because, as we kind of discussed earlier, one of the tenets or one of the triangle pieces, right, that you can use in order to solve your grievances is the organizing. And like we mentioned earlier, if you're not informing your chapter of the issues that are ongoing, especially within a grievance, again, you don't have to say specifics, but you can just say that there is a violation of this specific article. We're really looking into it right now. We're going to try to address it at these initial levels within their grievance process. If it can't happen, that's why you need to keep your chapter informed, because if you need them to show up to board meetings or you need to do some collective action with them, they're going to need to be informed as to why. And right, and we don't want to do the like backwards steps of having to inform them and then get them to be on board for the grievance and then move them to that action. You want to keep them along so that they can be informed and help be on the ready if you need to call on them. Okay, now we're ready for the next slide. Let's see. What's in our toolkit? So what you should have in your toolkit, you should have your contract, again, to know your grievance procedure. CSEA has steward forms that you can also keep in like a binder, a folder. You can keep one digitally on your laptop, right, or on your phone. Grievance forms, list of union members, seniority and potential members, your chapter constitution and bylaws, you know your rights publication, that little, cardboard card, right, that you can keep in the back pocket or to hand out to members, right? A notebook in your calendar. And what else? You can just say it out loud or you can put it in the chat. What else do you think would be good to include in a steward toolkit? Anything besides the stuff that we have on screen that we think would be good for keeping in our toolkit? And again, you can put it in the chat or you can just say it out loud. Your bylaws, a pen or a pencil? Yeah, absolutely. Anything else we should keep in our union steward toolkit? Business cards with your union's contact info. Ooh, very professional. Yes. A tape recorder. If they consent, like we mentioned earlier, but a standard operation of practice, right? An SOP. A job description. Yeah, these are all pretty good things to have in your toolkit, especially when you get down to the specifics of what the grievance is about. So yeah, absolutely. Thanks you guys for sharing. So we have lots of tools that CSEA can give to members, everything from our board policies to our case laws, right? Maybe even some PERB cases, right? That you can reference back to and say, oh, you know what?
I think I read, something about this perp case that was solved in this way. I think it's similar to this. Let me see what they said. So those are also things that you can kind of keep in your toolkit. Maybe something that's going to kind of help refresh an issue that comes up a lot within your chapter or within your district, and kind of being able to have like a reference for that, and kind of the solutions, and maybe even past grievance settlements that can help serve as a reminder to the district, right? Like, hey, we've already talked about this. Why are you doing this again? This is what we did last time. Why don't we just solve it the same way? Or even it might even avoid having to file a grievance altogether if you have that history within your toolkit already. Cool.
Question.
Yes.
In terms of something you just said, can you connect past grievances in order to prove your case for the current grievance you're helping somebody with? Because this is something that's going on right now. I was trying to help a steward, even though I'm not one for this lovely chapter. But I'm like, well, if you've had several cases with the same person conducting the same behavior, why can't you just reference that in terms of this grievance, like connect a pattern per se? Is that something we cannot do as stewards?
No, absolutely. You can. That's the whole point, right? Is to have that historical context in order to say, this has happened before. Here is what we did last time. This is the solution last time. And like you said, it helps to kind of reference it back and say, like, this has been a pattern that's been ongoing.
Exactly, because it's with different people. But the steward was like, she can't do that. So that's what made me confused. So I'm like, Actually, she told me basically, this isn't the court of law. This is the district board. This is the district we're dealing with. So I was like, well, what does that mean? So when you said it, I was like, okay, that's weird now.
Yeah, well, part of the reason why they should attend trainings, right? Maybe they have some misinformation or some old information, or maybe they were not informed correctly. It could be a lot of reasons, maybe why she said that. But as far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, folks, right? But you can reference them, and it's part of the history, and it's part of the relationship that you can then build with your district as well. And across the table and having that conversation, like, hey, come on, we've already done this before. Like, why are you, making me go through this again? We've already even reached a settlement. Like, come on now. So it might just serve as also like a reminder for the district, like, you don't want to do this again.
And just wanted to throw out there, when it comes to discipline and grievances, past practice is incredibly important, and that bolsters your case. So, if the district was handling a certain matter the same way for 15 years, and then all of a sudden, one day they decided to handle it completely differently, and you're saying, hey, that's a grievance, that past practice, that bolsters your case. And that is, by the way, when you go to arbitration, that is absolutely acceptable as an argument.
Perfect. So moving on, we are going to take a little bit more of an in-depth look to one of the tools within our toolkit. Let's see. Your grievance processing form. So see, we've provided you a form within your training packet, so you should have it as well. Please keep it handy. This is the one that you're going to take through all 3 levels of your union steward training. And these forms help us ensure that we've collected all the information to analyze and determine if an issue is a grievance. So this form, again, we provided it in your packet, and it's in the chat. Thank you, Fallon, for your reference, and also for you to kind of help build that skill on how to analyze the issues as they come up, and what questions to ask, what information do you really need in order to better make that analysis. So sometimes grievances are sensitive issues, right? And it helps to discuss specific grievances by number. So your grievance processing form can also help you kind of, like, if you just want to put in the corner, like grievance number 3, grievance number 4, grievance number 5, rather than using specific names and putting like people's business out there, right? You can kind of just refer to it as grievance number 4, 5, and things like that. And your grievance forms help keep that information organized, so that way folks don't feel so exposed, and it's sensitive info, right? So that's the grievance processing form. So if we move on, yes.
I'm sorry with all the questions.
No, you're fine.
This grievance processing form, that's the training sample, is that something we should keep with us, not as a sample, but actually as a grievance form? like for us to fill out while we're doing or following up on grievances, that type of stuff?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, because I was specifically told there was no such form.
Again, can't comment on what they're telling you over there, but
Oh, well, typically your
I feel
district
so
or your,
ashamed now. I'm like, what
your
are you guys
district or your
doing?
contract usually has its own grievance form.
Yeah.
This is one that I mean, I guess you could use it, but I think typically, yeah, if it's not in your contract or not in the district's website or anything, I don't know. Figure it out.
Okay, basically,
yeah.
let me just give you a little backstory on it. So basically, person goes to HR and asks about the grievance form. They contact the union and said that that form is specifically with them because the district only has a uniform complaint form, but the grievance has to go through the union, so you need to go through them. Once union chimes in, union says there is no such form, but HR wouldn't necessarily know that.
No,
So-
because the collective bargaining agreement is the agreement between the district and the chapter, right? The association. So any appendices with forms, if it's included in your contract, it should be included
There has to be
there
a
as
form,
well.
right? Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why
Especially if
when I
it's
saw this, I was
referenced.
like, well, it says training sample, so maybe there really isn't, and this is just for sample purposes.
Well, this is given in your toolkit just to guide you along
yeah.
levels 1 through 3. The
Mhm.
idea is just like Elijah said, right? That your chapter contract should have one, if especially it's referenced. But again, maybe your labor rep would have that form or would know where to find it, but your district and your chapter leadership should also know where to get that and
Oh
should
no,
be
they
able to point
HR
you.
sent it directly to the chapter leadership, and that
I
was the information
yeah.
given. That's why I was like, wait, what?
I will say
pretty
this
weird.
is that sometimes grievances are not a common form of problem resolution within districts, so it might have been a while since they formally filed or had one filed. But again, I would refer back to your collective bargaining agreement to make sure, again, because the process would be outlined there. So if they reference a
And that's
specific
that's why I
sample,
went to go check for it, because I even read all the board policies, went through all the and it's
yeah.
definitely stated there, but then the chapter is saying no, we don't, no, we don't. I'm like, oh, okay, that's odd.
So, well, I'm gonna mention what Fallon said, and here in chat, and Fallon, feel free to go ahead and chime in further. If there is no form, you can detail the necessary information in a letter or email to the district to protect the timeline, and then contact your labor rep, right? And of course, Fallon is right. These things are time sensitive, given the timeline delineated within your contract. So you want to make sure that something is in writing, no matter how it is that you get it to the district. But they need to be notified in writing that the intent of the chapter or yours as a unit steward is to go ahead and file a grievance. But yeah.
Protect that timeline. And none of us up here, none of the labor reps, nobody's perfect. We've all missed a timeline, not read the right line on when it should be in. So I think the way to protect yourself is always just to send an email, because necessary information, we would like to file a grievance, outline what happened, give as much information as you can. And then if there is no form, if you've already talked to your chapter leadership and you've already talked to the district, then go ahead and just document that, send it over to the district, and then contact your labor rep to make sure that there actually is not a form. But most forms, like Vivian said, are attached to the CBA somewhere, or there should be something somewhere. And hopefully the reason is just because maybe you haven't had a lot of grievances and nobody really knows where the form is. But just get that timeline started and make sure you pay attention to the grievance timeline in your contract.
And one more thing, just to kind of piggyback. As a general rule, always file the freaking grievance because you don't. Here's the thing. If you file a grievance and then find out, oh, that wasn't really a grievance, you can always withdraw it. But what you can't do is file a grievance when well, I guess you could file it, but it's not going to go
The
anywhere.
timeline's
If it's not
finished,
timely, yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
You're always better off filing the grievance and just withdrawing it if you find out, you get more facts and information.
Is there a universal timeline, or is every district have their own timeline?
Every contract's a little different.
Okay.
Usually, and by the way, this is a good thing to bring to your negotiating teams. Especially when we're in like budget years where, it's just there's not a lot of money floating around, right? One thing that I try to do with my chapters, we try to expand our grievance timeline, right? So that statute of limitation, so to speak, is more permissible. So like over at one of my chapters at Saugus, me and the negotiating team, we actually just brought it, I think it was 15 days up to 22 business days. And that's business, not calendar. So that's now it's like over a month. Whereas before it was a couple weeks, 3 weeks. So that's something that, you know, the more time you have for that statute of limitations, that time frame, the better, right? Because it gives you more time to do your investigation. It gives more time for your member to even figure out there is a violation. So that's just something to keep in your back of your mind. That's always a good one to fight for, right? So just want to throw that out there.
Cool. I think we might be ready to move on to our next slide. So it isn't just about what you carry around, right? Like your tools, the forms, stuff like that. It's also about the questions that you ask the grievant or, you know, your fellow coworker, your member, right? So these are just some of the sample questions that would make for effective interviewing. Who is the worker, right? What happened or didn't happen? When did the incident happen? So you need to know who, what happened, when did it happen, where did this happen, right? Why is this a grievance? And if it's a grievance, what is the remedy or the solution to that grievance? So again, in order to be the best kind of steward, right, you need to have effective questions that you're going to be able to ask the person who this happened to, right, or to the grievant or the member in this situation. So you
I
should be
feel like,
able. Mhm.
real quick,
No, go
Vivian,
ahead.
I feel like this is like 5th grade English because you got the who, what, when, why, where, there. It's just like all over again.
Yeah.
Learning how to put things together and present them properly, right?
Mm-hmm. Well,
Thank
that's absolutely true, right? All of these questions are going to go ahead and lead into your analysis of the issue. And that's where you're going to be able to make that conclusion, right? Is this a grievance? And if no or yes, what are the paths that you can then take from there? So if no, maybe it's an interpersonal issue, right? And maybe it's more so of an HR complaint, or it's a different kind of avenue that you would need to do. But if it is a grievance, right? You're going to need all of that information in order to properly make your assessment, and then eventually, you know, be able to represent them in front of management. And if you need to go to a Skelly hearing and things like that, then you're going to need that information no matter what. And not just you, but your labor rep is going to need that information, because they'll also need to be looped into those grievances as they're happening as well. Does that make sense? Okay. So moving on, right? A little bit more of some effective interviewing skills. So let's move next slide. There you go. So we can't just would it make sense for me to interview Fallon in the hallway where all the kids are screaming and shouting? Like, would I be able to ask her good questions there? No, right? Would it make sense to set time aside? Maybe I meet Fallon at a Starbucks or a coffee shop and I say, hey, Fallon, thanks for letting me know that these things are happening, like this issue's going on. Why don't we sit down and talk about who, what, when, where, and why, right? So just being cognizant of choosing the right place and time. You want to make sure that your member and your grievant is focused on what you're conversing around, right? So maybe if they have young children, right, or if they're super busy, like maybe a phone call would be better to better accommodate, right? You're right? Fallon won't be able to focus on the hallway. Maybe, and then that's also part of the things that we have to be aware about is, would it make sense to have this interview or this question time on campus? Maybe it would make more sense to be removed from the work site, right? Or away from any prying eyes or ears, or if the member feels uncomfortable with maybe potential coworkers passing by and listening in. So being aware of these right time and places, and then actively listening and checking for understanding. So that can look anything like, when I ask, right, are we all understanding, or does that make sense? You want to make sure that your member is aware of the conversation and why it's happening, what's going on, making sure that they're present and, you know, engaged in the conversation. You do that by just making periodic checks throughout it to make sure that they're understanding everything that you're saying. And being you're directing the interview. So sometimes we get some chatty members, right? Who they want to tell you everything from when they were born till just now, right? And why that matters. And as much as I love to make conversations, and maybe again, there's a time and place for that. When there's a grievance issue happening, maybe it's not the best time to ask Fallon, my member, about her grandma back in, and why that matters right now. So just being able to direct the conversation in a polite and cordial way and maintaining that relationship and saying like, oh, that's great and all, but focusing back on the issue at hand, right? And figuring out why. Yes, David.
So I believe this, the who, what, when, where, why, but the what at the bottom is what gets me, is to how can we remedy the situation without escalating anything. I believe that, to me, I feel that's the most important part of the whole situation. Of course, you need all the rest of the information because you're going to need to turn everything in. But I believe, like on a personal level, you kind of need to talk to who's filing the grievance and kind of go, well, what can we do to handle this? What can we do to prevent this in the future? How can I make you happy? How can we make your day go by? Like just be positive about. I mean, I don't know. I'm just full of positive energy. I just want to do it that way. So there you go.
Yeah, go ahead, Fallon. I know you had something to say.
So if you haven't figured out, everybody, David's part of one of my chapters, and he's wonderful, a wonderful voice for the union. And I totally agree with you, David. That's your personality. You will find as a steward, you are going to have a lot of meetings with people who, especially if they're looking into filing a grievance or they're frustrated, you're going to be a part-time therapist because people are just going to want to vent and they want somebody to listen and understand. And sometimes there are going to be incidences where if you have a good relationship with district management, where you can hear the member out, even if it's something that falls out a little bit outside of the scope of representation, or maybe it's more of in a gray area, you can talk to management or leadership just to try to smooth things over before it escalates to a grievance. So use that positive energy, keep those relationships good, which I know you have no problem doing, but for everybody in the room, because not everyone's strength is communication. But putting a little bit of energy into that and using your stewards in the chapter who are better at that interaction, have them speak to those members that maybe have more gripes than they actually have grievances, and see if you can cool the waters ahead of time.
Yeah. Thank you, Fallon.
Thanks, you guys. That's a really good point, right? Is being able to discern as a union steward if folks just need a listening ear and a shoulder to cry on, or if that's a legitimate grievance, right, about what they're saying. So being able to make that determination is part of why you need to have effective interviewing to make the best use of your time, because we understand everybody has lives. You're doing this, as a union agent on volunteer time, right? And so you want to make sure that you're being effective with the time that you do have and being very transparent with a member, which brings us to alternatives related to reasonable, achievable remedies, kind of like how Fallon and David were saying, if it's something that can be handled in a conversation with the district, maybe that's the avenue. And thank you, Ernest, right? Yeah. Know when it's a gripe, a complaint, or a grievance. That's essentially what we're trying to get at, right? So yeah, you need to be able to make that delineation and also set realistic expectations. That is a courageous conversation that I feel like oftentimes we're going to need to have with members to be able to tell them that, okay, so you might have an issue, but I'm also not going to be able to win you $1 million from that, right? Or that's not the type of settlement that you can get out of this issue. So just again, right, relaying that we're going to fight and we're going to do what we can with what we have, but also setting reasonable goals and achievable remedies, right? I know that, just to give you an example of a potential grievance, if they changed your clock in and clock out time without appropriate notice, and it's already in your contract, right, that they have to give you a week's notice, I can't get the director fired on that. And I know that that might be something that members are really fired up and passionate about, but again, we have to set those reasonable expectations.
And of course, interview all witnesses. So from their story, you should be able to extrapolate who was a witness, right? That's why you need the who, the what, the why, the when, to be able to identify the possible other witnesses besides the member who's coming towards you. And again, even if they're unfriendly and friendly, we need to be able to have those conversations with folks who are maybe not so willing to speak to the union and their agents, like us as union stewards. And that can include middle management, right? Maybe supervisors who are like, I don't have time. But maybe those would be the folks to kind of catch, like in a diner somewhere, like, hey, you're the supervisor for the maintenance. I need to talk to you. And so just being able, right, to have those conversations, even with people who are not so friendly to us, and just being able to control even that conversation and not let them, you know, overrun you. Comment from Ernest. It's also important to compartmentalize ourselves from our roles. We can get through the interview, know when to be Jane Doe, IT tech, and Jane Doe, site steward. It's helpful to navigate the situation. Absolutely. That's great advice, right? Is that when you're a union steward, that's your union steward hat. When you go home, you take it off and you become, your wife, your husband, whoever, that's, a different person. So absolutely. It's important to be able to mitigate those roles that you play in order to kind of keep yourself sane, and also to still continue to have that energy and that drive as you work through these issues. Absolutely. Great advice. So let's move forward to the next slide. Note taking. So note taking is the other section of our interview and part of our toolkit that we need to be really effective at. Note taking is what you're going to also use your grievance processing form, right? That's one of the places that you can kind of park all the information that you're gathering. But also, if you need to ask during interviews or even while you're doing your investigation to just repeat the information, you absolutely can. Try to get direct quotes from people, and that includes the unfriendly and friendly interviewees that you're kind of like performing the interviews with. And then review your notes as, after the end of the conversation. You can say, hey, you know what? Let's take a minute to kind of review what you told me. And as you're reading off, that should be the member's opportunity to either correct you or to elaborate on something further. And, maybe they kind of brushed by a point that they said and you want to know more about it. When you kind of reference back to your notes, that should be the opportunity that you can also take to ask the member, hey, you said this during our interview. Can you go ahead and let me know more about that? Or, hey, you said that this happened. Go ahead and like fill me in a little bit more about what happened during that time, or why did that happen, or has this happened before, right? So that's why your notes are going to be pretty critical to this entire process. You need to emphasize, that your notes be accurate and that they are, as you're on the go taking your notes, that they are accurate to the conversation you had and that they reflect what members are saying, which is why, again, you should take the time to review your notes with your member. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay. So moving on. Cool. So now we're going to move on to our activity 2. And you should have this activity also in your packet. If you didn't or you don't have it in your packet, feel free to let us know in the chat. Somebody will get it over to you. But we're going to go ahead and take about, what do we feel, folks? 15? Yes.
Vivian,
Yes.
I am carrying our district's alarm phone for the weekend because my supervisor is out of town. I've gotten 2 calls for the same spot. They're both, one's a door breach and a motion detector. So I really need to go, and I apologize to everybody, and I hope it just doesn't affect anything, but I need to go check out my sites.
I can follow up directly with him.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
See y'all
David.
later. Take care.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
So, Fallon, just go ahead and she just dropped the activity in our group chat. So go ahead and take a look at it if you don't have it. But you should all have it. Once you open it, you're going to see that it has a scenario on it. This is going to be our first case study that is really going to apply the skills of interviewing, of your note taking right, kind of putting all of that information together, because ultimately what we're going to do is create an analysis of the issue for this scenario. Is that clear on what we're doing? Okay. So we're going to give you each about, for this activity, should we do 15 minutes, 20, 15? Let's do 15. We'll do 15. And let's see. We're going to have to do some role playing.
I just added the contract in there too.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, because they're going to need this for the activity. So let me go ahead and take a look at what our form says. So I think it was, I can't see it on the PowerPoint, it's a little too small. Okay, give me 1 second, folks. Bear with me as I'm
on the same page. How do you get this
Okay.
thing bigger?
All right, let's take a look. Let me get it together. Okay. So here, I'll read it out loud for you, and also the activities in the chat along with the contract that you'll need in order to complete the activity. So how's that? Let me read it out loud for you. You are a union steward for Spurlock Chapter 911. You receive the following message from a member named Natasha Richardson, a part-time food service employee that works 3 hours a day, 5 days a week. Natasha tells you that she had to work 6 additional hours last Tuesday, but the employer refuses to pay cash for the additional work hours. Natasha tells you that the food service manager said, quote, "There is no extra money in the budget to pay for the additional work hours, but I am willing to let you take 6 hours compensatory time off when things slow down later in the year." End quote. Natasha doesn't want the time off, but wants to be paid. Natasha asks to meet with you. Here's the first direction. You begin filling out the grievance processing form. And here's your second question. What resources/documents would you gather before contacting the member? And you are to create a list of the questions that you think would be best for this interview. So this is before you meet with Natasha as the member. Think about what resources and documents you would need to gather before you meet with her, and a list of questions that you should ask the member. Are we clear on that? Okay. So let's do this. What do we think? Do we want to do breakout rooms, or do we want to do it like individually? So I think it's an individual activity. Okay. So everybody take the next, I'll put a timer on, and let's take the next 15 minutes, and we're going to do this activity individually. And then after the 15 minutes, we're going to come back and report out. Okay. Or do we want groups? I see one vote for groups.
I don't know if everyone's having the same problem, but my fill-ins, you guys' question 2 and 3 are duplicating on each other.
Oh no. Well, here I can put them. Yeah.
I'm just letting you know for forward. I mean, I know what I'm doing, but
oh, okay.
If people are getting problems, like yeah, they're duplicating, so you're getting the same answer as 2 and 3.
Oh, okay.
You mean on the form, on the attachment?
Yeah, the paperwork, and it, like I said, it's just for those that.
You know what? Because I think I ran into this once, and it's when you open it without downloading it. If you download it to your desktop and then open it, you shouldn't have that issue.
And download, so I don't know, but I just in case.
Oh, okay. I hadn't seen that before.
You can also just do it on a blank, like notes or Word document if you need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, my chat is not working. It keeps on closing down. Is there a way I could get the form and everything?
Yeah.
Yes, I will send it again right now.
Oh, thanks, Fallon.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, and it seems like the consensus from everybody is to do it in a group. So I'm going to go ahead and do breakout rooms, and we're going to have, since we've already spent about 5 minutes doing this,
Let's do 10 minutes for our breakout rooms. All right, here we go.
Hold on real quick, Vivian.
Yeah.
Who was asking for the said they didn't have access?
I think it was
No,
Carrie.
I don't have. Yeah, my what is it? My chat's not working, so I'm not able. It just keeps closing down on me, so I'm not able to get any of the links or anything like that.
Oh, it's Carrie. Okay. I am going to email it to you right now.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Let's hop into our breakout rooms then. Open all rooms. Go ahead and join them.
Okay, folks. Are we ready to get started? Did everyone have a chance to get access to the documents, both the contract and then the activity? Okay.
I just have to be smart enough to figure out how to open it. I think I just figured it out.
Is anyone else getting asked to return to the main session? Okay. I guess I'm being summoned. I'll be back. Give me 1 second.
What kind of resources and documents did you guys get to gather before contacting? I just did like know what their rights are and look up what the overtime procedures are, and if she, quote unquote, like why wasn't she asked instead of had to work?
So I have the contract, obviously to review the overtime standards. I also put if available, records of the member, just in case there has been previous issues that she has reported. Yeah. And then for the questions, we don't have a lot of time, but I think the primary question would be if she was informed about the lack of budget for her staying extra time prior to staying.
That's a good one. Yeah.
And if there was any witnesses, if she was informed about this or not informed about it.
In there. All right. Does anybody want to very quickly share out their answers for activity 2? Or am I gonna hear it in the chat or read it in the we could do that too. Anybody want to share what they answered?
Duplicates answers.
Well, I know in my district, overtime is not required, mandatory. It's optional. So if they're going to force you to do mandatory overtime, that's a whole different issue. Correct me if I'm wrong.
So it depends, right, on your contract. So why don't we go through it together to see if what we all kind of got was like kind of in the vein of what we're looking for, right? So per our scenario, right, Natasha is a 3-hour employee and she's letting you know that she is not being given the option of anything besides comp time for her extra time that she worked, right? If you were able to go ahead and take a look at the contract that we provided as part of the homework or this assignment, in their contract for Spurlock, it says that folks per the contract get an option between comp time or the monetary compensation for that time. So because her supervisor is telling her you don't get a choice, constitutes a grievance.
Right.
But in order to make that conclusion right, what are we going to have to ask her, or what are some questions that we would have needed to ask her in order to get to that conclusion, like in order to reach that point?
Was she forced? Was she bound to that obligation? What, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Right. Did you get an option? From what it sounds like, it sounds like the supervisor said you don't get a choice. You have to just do this. You have to do comp time. And so that's, that's kind of the vein that we're looking for is start thinking when you come across these kinds of scenarios, and you will come across them in your day-to-day as a union steward, right? What do you need? What kind of questions should you be asking in order to then be able to make the proper analysis and your assessment for whether or not this is a grievance? And part of that is, right, your familiarity with your contract. What is it? What article could they potentially be violating? And again, that's why your contract has to be part of your toolkit in order for you to be able to reference back and see, hey, is this something that is spoken about in our contract? Etc. Stuff like that. Okay.
Question on that.
Yes.
Would it also make a difference in when the question was asked? Because what if it wasn't, she just assumed that she would get to do that because she knows the contract, but she didn't ask the question, like maybe until the third, I don't know, over or something. And then she asked about it. And then she was told, nope, you don't get to do that type of thing. Would that make a difference?
That could potentially make a difference, right? That's part of the questions that we can ask her is this the
Yeah.
first time that you've confronted this? Is this something that you thought was just like the way it's always happened? And so, yeah, absolutely. Those are part of the interview questions that we can prepare for when we're going to speak to our member in this regard. You know, has this happened before? Is this the one and only time? Have you heard of other people going through this, right? Those are all the questions that we should kind of be asking ourselves in preparation for these interviews when we come across these kinds of scenarios. Okay, excellent question, guys. Everybody has all the answers. You guys are experts. You should just go straight into the hardest grievance that we can find you. All right, so moving on. We're gonna move on to the next slide. Unless there's more to add, guys. No? Okay. So we're gonna skip over the break. We wanna go ahead and power through this. So here's a question I have for all of you, right? What do you think this means? Just take a little bit of an art experiment. What do you think that this phrase or this picture means? And go ahead and put it in the chat.
You and I.
You and I, right? What do you think it means?
You and I can make a difference.
You and I can make a difference. Okay. Working together.
We're united.
We're united. Yeah, absolutely.
Many brain solving one problems makes for better solutions than one person.
Absolutely, right? What do they say? Many hands make light work. So yeah, absolutely, right? Togetherness, that coalitions matter. Individuals working together are stronger than the sum of their parts. It's the you and I in union that makes us strong. Absolutely. These are all great analysis of this art piece, right? Like, yeah, that's absolutely what it means. And a key source of our chapter, our strength as a union is your chapter, right? Your chapter's participation. I think we kind of mentioned it earlier in our training, right? Your union is only as strong as your chapter is. And if your chapter is really weak because not everybody is a member of the union or not everybody shows up to their chapter meetings, right? Not everybody shows up to vote, right? That's a pretty weak strength that we have. But the more we have these conversations with our coworkers, the more the visibility of our union kind of increases, right? Just you showing up to participate in this training is making our union stronger, is making your chapter stronger, because there players within your chapter, because as you complete this training, you'll gain more and more information, more and more tools to be able to use and bring back to your chapters. So again, employees united around shared values, concerns, and interests gain an influential power that the individual employee just doesn't, really have. It's always easier. The metaphor that I always use is if I show up and I try to push my car, right? A big old minivan, right? Am I going to be able to get it very far? No, right? But if I show up and I bring Sandra and I bring Eli and I bring Fallon, all of us are moving towards moving this van, it's going to move like a breeze, right? It'll barrel down the highway and we're going to get to where we need. So yeah, absolutely, right? The individual possesses power, but as a group and as a whole unit, we have infinite amounts of power. And so just always remember, right? As you go through this, you're also not doing this alone. As you move through your union steward level trainings, you're not going to be doing this all by yourself. As you learn these tools and you go through these scenarios, you're also going to be working with your chapter leadership, with your labor reps, with your field office, right? In order to do all of this great work that we're learning how to do. All right. Amazing. So let's see. Effective chapters have members engaged in different areas of work, which includes representation, organizing, right, political action committees, and other stuff like that. So just, again, a reassessment of, as a group, we have way more power than as individuals. I want to reiterate what David said, right? Solidarity. Yeah, that's absolutely where we get a lot of our power from. All right, so let's review our objectives for level 1, which we should be able to explain the CCA structure to fellow members, including the role of a steward. We understand what our rights are as a union steward, and we should be able to perform the initial steps of a representational matter. So do you think, as a group, do you guys think that we learned this today? Like, do you think we were able to reach these objectives? Do we feel a little bit more like, oh yeah, I can at least definitely perform some of the initial intake questions, right? Ask those questions, who, what, when, where, why. I know what my roles as a union steward are now at the workplace. I'm getting some yeses in the chat. Press yes to affirm. Absolutely. So yeah, I'm so glad that you guys learned these objectives today, because this is just step one. And as you move through your steps, it's going to build on top of each other. So absolutely. I'm glad to see that. I'm glad to read that. I'm glad to hear that folks feel like, yes, I did get, I did get something out of my time here. I did go ahead and learn what we set out to do and to learn. All right. So now that we move on to the next slide. So we're going to talk a little bit about level 2 training, right? Stop. I know you're trying to go. All right. So level 2 training is going to reinforce what you learned today here in level 1, but it's also going to require that you that you complete the activities and the homework for level 1. So just remember, please get those into us. If we're your field office, and if you're not, please send them in to us. We're gonna, like we said earlier in the chat, in the training, we're gonna give you our emails, both Elijah's and I's, so that you can go ahead and send us in your homework, because that is one of the requirements in order to then be able to register for level 2.
So
All right,
Elijah
just wanna
said
be
we're
clear.
due by Monday, right?
Yeah.
So
Monday
in order to
morning, Monday
guarantee,
afternoon?
in order to guarantee you, because there's such a tight turnaround between UST 1 and UST 2, in order to guarantee you a spot in UST 2, we got to have your homework by
Earlier
Monday.
the better?
Earlier
Yeah,
the
the
better.
earlier the better.
Okay. All right.
And we're gonna go start kind of doing the homework at the end. That way, if you guys want to stick around and kind of get it out of the way, we can do that.
Absolutely.
If you guys I'm sure some of you have other things going on, and if you need to take a step away, that's fine too.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So again, just an overview, right? That's what you're going to need to do. Please have your homework in so that you can go ahead and be registered and register for level 2. So like Eli said, we're going to stick around so you can have that space to do the homework with us if you need help or questions, or just, we want to have the time to do it. Level 3 is also going to require that you complete and submit the homework for level 2. So as you move in levels, right, it's going to require that you complete the homework and the activities that are due per each level. Level 3 is going to require the homework and some activities that are also done during that time. And certification, so that's the last step. That's after you complete all 3 levels, you've submitted all the homework, you've completed all your activities. That would be like the final, kind of process in order to go ahead and become a fully fledged union steward. Okay, and all of that information can also be found in the packet that was emailed to you. So if you ever need a reference back, or you're like, what's the next step, or what do I need to do? It should be found in the email that was sent to you when you were registered for this training today. Okay, so moving on. What key learnings did you take away? What can you use immediately? So just go ahead and put in the chat, or feel free to kind of come off mute, right, and answer it. But what do you feel like was a pivotal thing that you learned? And also, what do you feel like, oh, I can use this like right now, immediately, as soon as I get out of this training? Anything we feel like we could use right now? I learned new rights.
I learned a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
I learned a lot. I learned a lot. So I appreciate it.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
And I got clarification on a whole lot of things, including what I thought I was thinking was trail.
I'm with you, Keisha. I'm with you, girl. I'm with you.
I want my attorney, something that Sonia says. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm glad that you guys feel more confident in your strengths and your rights and the tools that you have now. That's definitely part of what you're going to gain from this as you move forward through the different levels. And I really encourage you all to complete the trainings. I think they're really important. They're part of the rights that you have. And again, once you have the knowledge, nobody can take it away from you. It's yours forever to keep. Melanie?
Documentation is the key.
Documentation, yeah, absolutely, right? Know the documents that you need, know what your rights are, what would be best for you, the laws, right, that give you those rights, everything. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm glad that you were all here able to join us and participated with us fully. And I think we had a really great group. We had a great training today. And I think these groups trainings are great because we get to see other union members, and sometimes we can feel a little isolated within our chapters, right? But it's great to see and hear from across the way, other chapters and how they handle things, or what kind of issues are they confronting, and maybe kind of networking in that way and connecting across your union in that way. So, all right, let's see, what do we have left? Let's see. That we need new contract language. Ours is so vague compared to others. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe it's a wake-up call, right? To say, oh, you know what? Like, I think our contract is a little old. We need to put some language in there. Josefina says, my new responsibilities and rights as a steward, as well as the tools that must be used in order to serve effectively. Yeah, absolutely. Your tools, right? What kinds of things you need in order to properly represent people to the best of your ability. Yeah, absolutely. All right, I think we're moving on to our penultimate slide, which would be Union Steward Certification. Okay, so this is something that you will have access to. This is your certification form. This form is going to essentially outline that you've completed levels 1, 2, and 3, and it has your certification activities. So along at level 3, is when you will be told that there are activities that you must complete, such as, it's one of these, such as converting 10 potential members to union members, gathering 5 Victory Club signups, attending 3 board meetings, right? Showing in your constitution and bylaws what or how union stewards are either elected or assigned. You should be able to find that, right? At that point, that's one of the activities. And of course, providing the field office your jacket info, whether you want your name fully embroidered on your jacket, right? All of that information, but that's going to be given to you by level 3. You'll have a copy of this form either right now in your packets or by level 3. And it's essentially just like a timeline and making sure that folks are kind of checking it off. But that's handled at our field office level. That's why it's so important to turn in your homework to make sure that you do get credit for the classes that you attend, so that way you don't have to repeat classes or stuff like that. So okay, we're going to set time aside for the homework. Our goal is for you to have the space in order to do the homework with us, or if you feel more comfortable just having us on standby and you're on Zoom still, like you can do it with us as well. Are there any questions on that matter? No, activity 2 doesn't need to be turned in, guys, right? No, I'm getting no. Okay. Just the homework.
I
I'm
didn't
trying
have
to find
receive
that right
a
now.
package. I was checking my emails to see if I received the package that you keep mentioning, and I can't find it.
It should have been sent out from, I believe it's the Fresno.
It was sent out, Vivian, but I was looking in there and it doesn't have the questionnaire. And I think that activity 2 may be.
Is that
I think so.
The homework that we're referencing? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I did receive one on the 25th, the Union Steward Level Training course material, but there's nothing to download or open a link. It just gives me all your information, all your emails and stuff like that, but it doesn't give me a link to open.
It should be an attachment at the top.
Okay, I think I found all the way down. Okay, hold on, let me see.
Let's see.
Okay, yeah, or Crystal's saying the zip folders are at the bottom for her, but depending on where your attachments show up in your email, it should have an attachment.
Let's see.
Wait, this is not it, is it?
Is it a zip folder?
It should be included wherever you found that. Let's see. I'm gonna double check on my
So
end.
this is the one, the other one that was with that one. It was just a full day participation.
Let's see.
I'm working on getting the homework right now so I can get it to
Okay.
everybody.
All right, just give us a
All I
second.
received was the Zoom links.
There should be 2 zip attachments. Arlene, the one you just showed is from the second one. I think the homework is the first one that had that flow chart, but it's a separate file in that zip.
Yeah, I see the one that says homework, and that's the first one I opened, but it gives me just those little, it gives me this, the ones that have the
You can't see any other documents attached in that zip?
attached to it.
Yeah, it's like a combination of a few different files.
Not letting you click on
No.
I had to swipe on
Probably
it.
need to download
get
it.
to the other stuff.
I had 2 attachments. One was the map that you're showing, that web map, and then one was the full package that you showed, the other one that said full day in participation. That one, if you continue to swipe, it has like, it's like all of these pages, girl. And I printed them, and it does have the evaluation survey. It does have the steps to get to the 3rd, to get jacketed. It had the contract for activity 2 and it was all in there.
Okay, the one David sent right now, that link, I was able to get that. I don't know if I'll be able to answer anything for, let me see.
Yeah, there's one Ernest put in the chat.
Okay, that'll be, all right, hopefully the one that,
Another method, if we feel like maybe
Ernest put one on the chat. I was able to open that one. Can we
Okay.
fill it out from that same link? Like, can we fill out and answer it from that same link?
So you'll need to fill it out and then save it to then email it over to us. So
I just uploaded the whole file. So the first one that I think, if anyone has trouble downloading that, just let us know. We can try to email it to you as well. So there's 2 main pieces of homework. The main one is the first one we'll do together is the questionnaire. Let me see what the title is. It should be titled Level 1 Skill Building Questionnaire.
Home study questionnaire. Is that the one you said? I'm sorry.
Yes.
A skill building questionnaire. Yeah.
Does this look right?
Let me see. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Or home study. Yeah, okay. I guess the digital file is a different title, but that is the correct form. Oh, and just a couple things. So as you guys can still see the show, the presentation, there is an evaluation form to fill out. If you guys can fill that out and send it in with your homework if you like. And just a reminder, in order to get into UST2, we do have to have it by Monday. And I think I put this in the chat, but just to reiterate, for those of you who are not, how do I say this, who are not members local to the Fresno field office, if you're coming from a different field office, maybe Costa Valles or one of those, you'll have to, when you send in your homework, please also send an email to Fresno@CSEA and let them know that you would like to enroll for UST2. Because unfortunately, from outside our field office, it doesn't automatically enroll you.
Can you guys send that email?
Yeah, here, I will put that email, Fresno@CSEA.com.
Yeah,
So
please
once
do
you
that.
send in your homework, you'll just email them, let them know you want to sign up.
Okay, I'm gonna do my homework in the pool.
And I'm sorry, Dawn, what's going on? Let's see if I can help you out.
Let's see.
Just getting the correct pages. I like printed everything on both emails that you guys sent, but on the homework part, I'm not really sure what I should be looking at for the homework part.
So the homework here,
Is
so
it
the homework, there's two different parts of the homework. The first one is that home study questionnaire that has a bunch of multiple choice questions on it. Perfect,
Okay.
that's it.
Okay.
And the other one is, it's kind of similar to the activity we did. It's where you filled out the grievance form. It should give you some sort of prompt having to do with jury duty.
Yes.
So there's the home study questionnaire, and then should be some sort of prompt referring to jury duty.
Jury duty. That's what I'm not finding.
Here, let me find the title of it so I can better direct.
Okay, so it is what I'm looking at, the grievance processing, this thing.
Yes, the reinforcement activity. Yep, that's it.
So the homework's 4 pages, or is there another one?
So it's just the questionnaire and then that prompt with the grievance form.
Which is involving these pages, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Those should be the one.
Okay.
So it's the questionnaire, then the 2 grievance pages.
Yeah, that should be the complete homework. So
So
you're
4
gonna see
pages.
you'll see the questionnaire, and then it says Union Steward Level 1 Skill Knowledge Reinforcement Activity.
Okay.
Grievance processing form. It gives you the case study, and then it says using the grievance processing form, identify additional info you need to determine whether or not a grievance exists.
See, I don't have that. I have the 4 page. Well, let me see. Hold on.
All right. Before
Would
you
it-
guys leave, can you wait for a minute to make sure I have everything? Because I know everybody's jumping in all at once.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what this time is
I'm
for.
gonna start putting everything in the chat, just one thing at a time.
Yeah, you know how you guys have it like right now, the evaluation form blown up? Is there any way you guys can put like the first page of the homework so we can kind of see?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me put up the
Like,
questionnaire
on the
and then we
same
can go
page?
through that together.
Oh, perfect. So
Let me-
we're gonna do this questionnaire first?
Yeah, so we'll do that together, and that way we can at least, get a head start.
Okay, great.
Well, that's important for somebody, the questionnaire. But we need to fill out the other stuff so we can get into the class.
Yeah, that's the only thing I have is the questionnaire. So
Yeah, we're gonna do both, but we'll start with the questionnaire just so because that one I think is a little more straightforward to go through.
Yeah, we'll still be online in order
Yeah.
to get to the homework that we're gonna do as a group then. So nobody, if you want help with your homework, feel free to stay on. But we just give folks the option to stick around or leave if they, have other obligations to attend to. Okay, do you want me to share the homework or the evaluation one?
I was pulling up the questionnaire.
Okay,
sorry.
no, go ahead.
Going a little slow.
You're good. I'll let you, I don't want to step into it if you already have it then.
I'm trying to pull everything up so I can kind of show everyone each document. I think it's going to make it a little clearer.
Yeah.
Because these documents aren't really titled all that great.
Yeah, Tyler, if you don't want help on the homework, just make sure you know where to email it off to in order to get your homework submitted. And that way you can then be able to register for the second level for Union Steward training. Okay, so I'm going to include my email in the chat so that folks can email me their homework and I can get it submitted for them. How does that sound, team? Yeah, there you go. Fallon already did it in our chat.
Oh,
So
perfect.
make sure that once you have your homework and your evaluation form, email it over to both Elijah and I, and we will make sure that it gets submitted so that you can go ahead and get credit for the homework, and then you're ready to be signed up for level 2.
Where'd the chat go?
Okay, can everyone see?
It's loading.
Oh,
There it is.
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Karen, if you scroll back a bit in the chat, I dropped all the documents in there.
Are you gonna put their emails, or is it the same ones we got at the E. Chesler at CSEA and the Van Foso at CSEA? Are those the emails to email them to?
Yes, to email your homework and your evaluation too.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there anybody who still doesn't have the homework?
No, so I have those 4 pages of the homework. Well, let me turn, because like I said, I have to do it on a different instrument here. Hold on.
Hi, Morgan. We're doing the evaluation and the homework together. This questionnaire is part of the homework.
But
So
I
if
have
we're
those
working
4.
on the questionnaire, I guess the next it's a 2-pager, and after that, whatever the homework is will show up.
This is the homework. This is part of the homework.
Okay, so I don't have the. So I have. Okay, that's a great question because I have the 4-page, but I don't have the 2-page.
There is no 2-page.
So just the 4 pages.
So here, can you see my? Can you
Sorry.
guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I have.
Okay,
Yes.
so this is the questionnaire.
Right.
There's really the questionnaire. Then there's going to be the prompt, right? Which is, oh, excuse me. Sorry, I got so many tabs open. Oh my
Gotta
God.
keep
Hold on.
scrolling all
Sorry.
the way down.
Yeah, I got 7 tabs open and none of them are the one I'm trying to get to.
Okay, because mine has 4 pages.
Here we go. So this is the prompt, right? It should just be one. The prompt is just 1 page. It says skill knowledge reinforcement activity. And it just says case study at approximately 8:30 a.m. on Monday, receive a phone call, right? So that, and then there's the grievance form that's pretty much identical to the one that we used earlier. Right? This form.
So there's about 13 pages altogether.
Yes. There's 13 pages altogether with everything. Somebody dropped a link that had all of them together a little bit earlier. I believe it was who dropped on it? Ernest.
It was Ernest, I think it was.
Yeah. That's what I put, but they're all together, but separated. It's the same thing, but there's 13 pages you should have in total.
Okay, I only have 4.
Okay.
What pages do you have, Brandon?
The 1 through 4. I have the UST 1 homework. Let's see. I'm trying to click. Like I said, I have it on a different.
Just read what you're looking at, and we'll see if we can't identify what it is.
I'm trying to. Okay, hold on a second. Trying to get it back again. Oh my gosh, this computer stuff kills me. I'm a
Are you doing
builder.
the original email, Ernest? I mean, sorry, Brandon.
So I have US online zip and then US homework zip.
Yeah, that's where I'm working from too, and I don't have 13 pages in the homework.
Yeah, I don't have. Yeah, so I have UST 1 online zip, and then I have UST homework zip.
Okay, try this one. Hold on a second. Let me put it in the chat. It has all of the pages together.
Is that welcome to Union Stewart level 1 full person agenda? No.
This one. So the one I just put in the chat should have all of the pages together.
Yeah, I just opened it. It does have 13 now in yours.
Okay. That should be the complete packet.
Mine hasn't changed, so let's see.
So there should be 4 pages for the questionnaire. The questionnaire is 4 pages.
So if you scroll down in the packet that I sent,
I just didn't open it.
See, I'm
then
trying
you're
to do it
going
on
to
a
get
different.
to page 3, 4, 5, and 6 are the questionnaire.
Fallon, can you email that to my work email, because I'm on like 3 different computers here.
Yes. Is your work email? Let me see if I have the right one.
I'll give it
Can
to you.
Yeah, send it to me in a private chat.
I'll give it to you publicly. I don't care.
Okay.
I got it. Hi. It's Brandon, BRANDON _ CABOTAGE at pvusd.net.
Okay, do it one more time just to make sure I have it right.
BRANDON _ CABOTAGE at pvusd.net.
Got it. I will email it right now.
That way I have it all. I can just do it all one thing. You know what I mean? Because like, look at, I'm not lying, guys. I'm like, look, I got tablets going. I got, you know what I mean?
I want to say this is that if you feel more comfortable writing it out, like pen and paper, make sure that you just print out all the forms and you can fill them out with a pen and snap and attach
Take
those
a photo
pictures.
of each one.
Yeah, and send them over via the email.
I mean, I'll do it like this as long as I get. I just want to make sure I spend all this time. I want to make sure I get the credit for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I do
But I'm
have
just
one.
giving that option. Yes, go ahead, Mr.
I
David.
have one question. The attachment that was put in here, and it says homework 1 full. That's all the documents that we need.
Yes, that should
Okay.
be everything.
That's everything. All right.
That's what I'm looking
Thank you.
for right now. And then when we're done, we just send you guys an email.
Yes.
Okay. That's why I have a wife. She could do that. Like, doop, send.
Okay.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Okay, I just sent the email.
Okay, I'm looking for it. You guys are in the valley. Is it hot over there?
It's always hot.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Listen, I got a duck club in Dawes Palace. I know all about it.
I'm in the high desert, so it gets hot out
Woo,
here.
woo. I'm in Hollister, so it's not too bad. But I got 195 acres in Dawes Palace.
What if we don't know the answer to all of these, or we're not sure?
We're waiting for everyone. We're gonna go through this together.
Oh, okay.
Brandon, you said you had 100 and how many acres?
95 acres.
All right, zombie apocalypse. We're coming to your house.
Hey, but tell you what, girl, we got guns. We got good times over there, girl.
There we go.
I'm off at 152. Let's see. Okay, so let me download this. Let me see if I can open it now. Oh, yeah. So now I got all 13 pages. Perfect. Yeah. See, now I got the Union Sewer level 1 knowledge training reinforcement activity. I didn't have all that before. I just had the first 4 pages.
Does anyone else need it actually emailed, or were you all able to get it from the chat?
I got it all from the email.
It should only be 13 pages, correct?
Yes, for the homework, it's 13 pages. So if you have the full document, it's got all 13. The one that we're looking at that Elijah has pulled up, in that packet, we'll start at page 3.
Copy.
I have 11. I'm missing 2, and I'm not sure which 2.
Let it load.
In the meantime, let's everyone try to make sure that they have the home study questionnaire, and that should be 4 pages.
Okay. One,
Start with that, just because I know it's a little chaotic.
check, I got 4.
I'm glad that everybody else is as computer literate as I am.
6. I only have 7 of the second, and then I have the training evaluation.
Are you guys getting the one from the chat?
No, I think Dawn has her printed out.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had to print mine out too. I'm
Yeah.
old school. I need
Well,
paper.
Yeah.
For
Well,
the-
why don't we review the digital version so you guys can match up to see if you have like each and every single one.
Okay.
I think that would make it, I think, a little bit more straightforward.
Yes.
We have
Okay.
Elijah's screen up, right?
Yeah, can you guys
Yeah.
see?
Yeah. Do you want?
Do you have the full packet, like the full 13-page one?
Oh, I can
That
pull
way
it
you
up.
could just scroll through it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let me download it.
Just
'cause
so
I
that
have
folks
them
can
all.
have a reference that this is, what each paper in their packet should be.
Yes. I'm looking for, I know Fallon uploaded it. Oh, here. Okay.
I miss.
Sandra, Fallon, do you guys have the total number of participants that we had? So that way I can have a count for the emails.
It varied because we had some people drop out. So I had 30, I don't know, Sandra and I cross-checked a couple times, but we had 39 in the morning.
Okay.
Because one did come in a little bit late, not super late, but so there was 39 in the morning, and then at the end of the day in the afternoon, Sandra, I'm not sure what you got, but I think I had 36. Let me double check.
Okay. I got it pulled up.
Okay, cool. We should go by page to just so folks can have a reference on what they're supposed to have.
Okay. So these first 2 pages here, they're just kind of letting you know what the homework is and what you need to do, right? This is the very first page. This is the second page. This is just going over once you complete UST 2 and 3, these are the other activities you would need to complete. So recruiting 5 Victory Club members, converting 10 potential members, attending 3 school board meetings, or attending 2 field office or local chapter events. So any of those, right? You could do 5 Victory Clubs. It's not all of them. It's one of these 4.
So like if I go to a board meeting, how do I tell you I'm going to a board meeting? I just tell you I'm going to a board meeting, or
No, you gotta get
or what?
You gotta get their agenda. So most board meetings will have an agenda for the night, right?
Yeah.
What you'll need to do is pick up a copy of that and then just sign your name and date it, because that will also say the date of the board meeting.
I don't think they want me with their board meetings, girl. But okay, I'll go there.
Well, you could also do one of the other activities.
No, I'll go to a board meeting. I don't have a problem.
We encourage the board meetings. Board meetings are fun. They love it when all the union people show up.
No, they don't even, I'm not even a union. I'm a union member, but I'm not a rep, so they already know I know my rights. So you know what I mean? Like, oh shit, Brandon's coming. Well, I'm here.
All right. So let's see what the next page is.
And the next page, I believe, is the first page of the questionnaire.
Yes.
So this is where we should all be.
Already, yeah, okay.
Got it.
It's gonna ask you for your name, your chapter number, and today's date.
Yep. Got that.
All right, you guys ready?
Yes.
We'll just kind of go through one by one, right? Principle of equality means that A, the steward is equal to management at all times. B, a steward is paid the same as management. C, a steward is management's equal when representing employees. Or D, none of the above.
C.
I see C. That is correct.
Las tres, creo.
But see, my thing still won't let me.
What I would recommend doing if you're having trouble with the document, if you have a pen and a piece of paper, you can always just, note which answers are what, and then go back and fill out the form if you don't have it printed. Or if you don't have a computer that's, I know it's a little trickier on tablets and other stuff.
Yeah, it just won't let me click on it. You know what I mean?
Okay, so number 2, when is a steward acting in an official capacity?
E.
Oh.
E.
E.
I see E. I hear E. Perfect. That is correct. Okay. Great. 3, which of the following are illegal acts of retaliation by an employer?
F.
F.
All of the above.
Yep, that's correct. And then 4, ever since becoming a steward, your supervisor has been checking your work all the time. Is this legal?
B.
That is correct. You said I heard B, but now yes. Okay, B. Yep. And which of the following concerted activities are not legally protected?
C.
C.
I'm hearing C. Seeing C. And yes, that is correct.
Which one is it?
A C.
C.
So just to give you a little background on this, sick outs or sick out strikes, whatever, they're considered what's called a wildcat strike. So strikes have to go through an approval process. They have to be, while the term of the contract, like the contract is active, right? We typically can't strike and the employer can't lock us out.
Perfect.
I know that one comes up a lot. As the steward for my department, I want to talk to a member who I think may have a grievance. My supervisor says I'm not allowed to look for or solicit grievances. Do I have to wait for a grievance to come to me?
B.
C and B, yep, that's right. You have the right to investigate grievances. Absolutely. Okay, we're on 7, right? A group of custodians are being shortchanged on their break time. Most of them are new and their supervisor can be pretty intimidating. They're all afraid to file a grievance. Can you file one without their signatures?
A.
A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's absolutely yes.
Now, would we have to get a signature from another steward, or could I sign it myself?
So your contract, every contract in CSCA, my understanding is it allows members to file grievances. I don't think I've ever seen one that would restrict just a rank and file member from filing a grievance. I think that would actually be an ERA violation. So no, you have the right to file a grievance, and the association, your chapter, has the right to file group grievances on other people's behalf.
Got it.
Yeah. And that was 7. Okay, we're on 8. I wanted to hold a meeting during a dinner break to talk about upcoming contract negotiations. My supervisor said union business could only be conducted out of the building. Is that true?
B.
B? Yep.
B.
Yeah, B.
C and B? That is correct. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed that one. Are we on number 8?
Oh, that was that was number 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the idea is that, you can conduct union business at work as long as it's not, during your paid time, right? Number 9, as a steward, you may request information when investigating a grievance, when preparing for a grievance meeting, sorry, this is a mouthful, when deciding whether to drop a grievance or move it forward, when deciding whether to arbitrate a grievance, and when preparing for an arbitration.
F.
F.
Yes. All of the above.
Guys are all so good.
10. Okay. An employee only has the right to union representation when they have a reasonable belief that a meeting may lead to discipline. Which of the following would lead an employee to a reasonable belief that discipline may take place?
D. D.
Yeah.
Yeah, D.
Yep. That's correct. Okay, number 11. When the union steward arrives, what rights do they have to participate in the meeting and advise the employee? Does the steward have the right to? Yeah.
E.
Seeing, yep, I see E's come in. Perfect. Yep, that's correct.
What one was that?
I'm sorry?
Number 11.
For 11, yeah, sorry.
I don't have numbers.
Number 11 is E, right?
Yes.
We're ready for 12?
Yeah.
Okay. Number 12, if I'm called into my supervisor's office to discuss my attitude, and I believe this may lead to discipline, do I, as a union steward, have the right to representation by another union steward?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey.
A.
Yep, that is correct.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, and recommend doing it too.
I'm with you, David. Trust me.
Okay, we're ready for 13. I think 13's. Oh no, it's not cut up. Okay. Does the union have to file for and arbitrate every employee complaint?
No.
No.
B.
No.
Yep, that is correct, right? Only if it has merit, if it's unfounded, unwinnable, there's not much of a point, right?
What one? What was it? No.
It's no, yeah.
B.
B.
No.
Oh, sorry. All right, last two. 14, an employee has a grievance regarding a contract violation that resulted in 2 weeks loss of pay. At the fourth step of the grievance procedure, the district offered to settle for 1 week of pay. You think this is a reasonable settlement, but the employee wants to arbitrate. If you decide to accept the 1 week offer, can the employee successfully sue CSEA? This is an
This is
interesting.
a tricky one.
No, the union represents. I would put no.
I'm going to say B. No.
No.
I'm almost going to say yes. The union can accept an offer by management without employees' approval. Yeah, I think the union can offer it.
No.
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 No?
No.
So
No,
it
no,
actually,
I hear all the
is B. So it is no.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I hope no, but I was going to say yes.
I think the one that I was thinking was that you can do it without it, without the employee's signature. But yeah, I was kind of getting confused with this one because I was like, we had a conversation about we can accept it or we can file a grievance without the employee's signature because we don't require an employee signature. So I was getting confused with that one.
Yeah. It's kind of a strange one, but the way to think about it is that the union has control over the grievance process. And it might sound a bit strange at first, but it makes complete sense because think about this in a situation where you have employees who are afraid. It's much easier for the union to say, oh, you know what? Well, you don't have to file it. We're going to file it. Like, we're not even going to give you a choice. That way, if they want to retaliate, they can come and call me, And in the same way, because of our control over that grievance procedure, the union has the ability to settle those grievances, right? Typically, we don't really have a desire to settle if it's, if it's a horrible deal. If we're settling against the members' wishes, it's because we truly believe that it's the best deal we can possibly get, and our chances of moving it to arbitration and winning are not great. And we've had some stories come out of the field office before where, people think they're, going to have their day in court and, have a 6-figure settlement for, for something that's not nearly worth what they think it is. And also, here's one other thing that we didn't talk about, but I think it's really important, and I do want to throw this in. When we file a grievance and we're trying to figure out a remedy, with grievances, we can't go out for like punitive damages like you can in a civil court, like in small claims. We can only make whole. So if someone got screwed out of, a day's worth of pay that was worth a couple $100, we can't file a grievance and tell the district they need to pay them $10,000. Right. So it's about making the person whole. We can't go after anything beyond that.
It's like my asbestos, same thing.
Yeah. There
I
you go.
was wondering about that. I was wondering, okay, even if we go grievance and file and what's the outcome? Are we going for monetary compensation or are we just going for like, work related where if they're losing the job or trying to keep their job, so we can also go for monetary compensation?
So
I
if it's
mean,
like a
besides paychecks, let's say they didn't get paid for a certain amount of time, but also are we going towards kind of like the suing process, or is that a whole different?
So it depends on the grievance, right? Because some grievances aren't monetary at all, right? But the idea is, let's say you had someone who wasn't given, let's say they got disciplined and they were suspended for a week and they didn't get that week of pay, and then we go through the process of appealing it. Our remedy could be them getting that week of back pay that they should have gotten. So I can't make them pay $100,000 in punitive damages for like a settlement, but we can make the remedy. I mean, that would just get thrown out immediately. The remedy it can't go beyond what the person is owed generally. Okay, last one. 15, 2 employees applied for a promotion. The district awarded the job to an employee in violation of the contract. You want to grieve for the other employee, but the individual who received the promotion says he'll sue the union if it goes against him. Can he succeed?
No.
No, B.
No.
That is correct, yeah. Oh, cool. Thanks, Crystal. Okay.
So then the rest of it I have is like the contract and everything else. So like we have to fill all that out.
So you'll see the next page here. This is the prompt, the grievance processing form. This is the prompt for the grievance processing form, excuse me. So the idea is that, and this is one that might get a little complicated. It might be a little hard to do as a group.
I don't know. Mine, when it went to the end, there's nothing there. Do I have to like send this one and then open up another one?
If you didn't download the one that Fallon sent that had everything all together, then it's going to be a separate document.
Well, she told me to go through and do all of them. I don't know. I guess
I'm sorry, I missed the answer for 15.
B.
B. Thank you.
B is a boy.
Karen, you should have in the chat the.
I think Fallon just sent it.
Fallon just posted it again. It should be to complete all of the forms for the homework.
I guess I just downloaded them one by one.
That might also have been, that's how they were in the email that was sent out by the office. But if you use Fallon's version, it has everything compiled into one document. It might make it a little easier to kind of just keep track of everything.
It did make it way easier.
Yeah.
Let me see. Union steward skill.
I'm gonna be honest, even I was getting confused with all the different documents. So the one is nice. There's everything.
Yeah.
I'm writing it down so I can go back onto this computer and put it on this computer so it sends it to you guys.
Yes.
All right, let me try and do this a different way. All right, let me go down. Homework. Oh my God, quit moving around, you stupid
Oh,
thing.
sorry. There we go. Should look like that.
Save. I'm sorry. I'm yelling at my computer.
She wasn't yelling at you, Elijah.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think she was yelling at you.
I was moving it around because I'm trying to make sure that I can see how I can guide people through this as easily as possible.
All right. Then that's this.
Can you put, I mean, I already have it, but can you put it for like the grievance processing form, even though mine, I already have mine, but can you put it on the screen?
Yeah, that should be the next. Yeah, that's that one.
Yeah,
Should be that.
that's after we go through the other one. That's the next page.
Okay, I'll go put all my answers back in later. We can move on.
Okay, so here's the thing. So like, if we're not grieving nobody, how do we fill this out?
That's what the previous page was. So
Okay.
this is the grievance processing form, but you're supposed to. So Eli, if you could go back to the next the first page, that is the instructions and the scenario for what you're going to
Okay.
use to fill out
Okay.
the grievance processing form.
Okay, I got it.
Oh gosh.
Okay, what do we put for address, phone number, supervisor when that's not on the paper? That's where I'm
You
getting
can just
lost.
put NA or just leave it
So,
blank.
yeah.
So
you
just
can
make up-
So let me advise against leaving it blank. Try
Yeah.
to
Is it
fill
beneficial?
out something. You can do
Jane Doe.
an assumption. An assumption.
Well,
Yeah, I
you,
can just
There you
make
go.
up a
Okay.
pretend date, address,
Yes.
and supervisor
Yeah.
name and all of that. Okay.
Because what
And
we're
that can
looking
be-
for is just that you understand filling
So
out the form.
we could make something up or just put NA or
So you can
Okay.
put need information also. You can that can be part of the questions that you're going to need to ask, right? Is if you don't know her name, you don't know her address, you don't know any of that basic info, that's going to be part of the questions that you'll then need to develop in order to then get that information. So some of it is going to be sparse, right? But it's to get you, thinking about
Jane.
what you need to ask during the interview. Just kind of like Ernest said.
I have a question for the homework. On the top, it says UST training name. What do we put in that area? And then the chapter name, like our chapter name?
That'll be your information because you're the one taking the training.
Okay, and then put today's date.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And then this other one that you're showing right now, that is also, we have to turn that in as homework.
Sí, cuando lo abriste.
So yeah, so you're going to want to submit the questionnaire, this grievance processing form filled out,
Okay.
and also the evaluation.
And this
There should be a total of 6 pages then.
Yeah, those are the three documents you want to turn in. The other these first 2 pages, these are just kind of an explanation of the things we're doing today.
Yeah. Okay.
And yes, you're using the Spurlock contract for the homework. So that's going to be what you're going to want to reference to figure out whether or not this is a grievance, whether it's a contract violation.
Yeah,
Throw it
it
in
should,
the chat one more time.
and it should be all 4 sections of the grievance processing form. Yes, you are using the Spurlock contract for the homework.
I just added it one more time.
Do we have to answer whether we should pursue a grievance when we'd have to find out more information first?
Yeah, that'll be part of the your analysis, right? Like you can say, oh, I need more information in order to make that determination. You're going to carry this along with you as you move on to levels 2 and 3.
Oh, this grievance information?
Yeah, so send us the copyright to prove that you did the homework, but you're going to keep this with you as you move along your 3 levels of training.
Oh, okay.
So are we going based off of the Spurlock contract?
Yes,
Okay.
you'll be using the Spurlock contract.
Okay.
You'll use it for all 3 levels.
Christine MGYE. Christine MGYE. Christine MGYE.
Training. That's why it's not okay.
Address. Not me. No, yeah. Wasn't that she had on Monday. We already did it last week. She finally tells me that she has reported to work this morning. Supervisor to that she took vacation last week.
So, like, we don't have all this. I'm probably missed something. We don't have like all her supervisor's name and phone number and dates and hourly pay and all that what do we put
NA.
for now?
Or
Yeah.
just need more information.
Yeah,
Um,
don't ever leave nothing. I learned this when I was doing loans for cars and homes and everything else. You never leave nothing open. Just put NA.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But I didn't know if I missed something because I'm like, we don't have any of that. I just have a phone call.
Just remember that NA stands for not applicable. So if you're putting
Right.
NA, it means that information is not
Available.
important.
So rather, I think what Fallon's implying, right, is that you want to put need more information. And then again, like we kind of mentioned, right, you're going to need to create questions that would then get you that information.
Right.
So if you don't have the info, you need to put
Okay.
need further info, something like that.
Oh, I thought you said
or
to make that
DVD,
for
like
both.
Ernest is saying. That's good. Yeah.
We need more info on the whole thing almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're ready to depart us from our training, feel free to. Right now we're just doing a little bit of a study group for our homework, right? If you want to go ahead and do it with us. Otherwise, like we mentioned earlier, the homework is due Monday in order for you to qualify for the next Union Steward level, which is on July 11th. And so we need your homework as soon as
As
possible.
long as it is in by Monday midnight? I'm sorry. I have to drive up to San Luis Obispo to get my son from camp and watch the ceremony tomorrow. So I got to leave like at 3 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, ideally Monday morning. I think
Yeah.
maybe Monday afternoon at the latest.
Because on our
I'll
end,
try
we'll
and
have
get
to
it done
process
tonight then.
Yeah.
And if for some, just to let you know, this isn't like there's going to be another UST 2 training, I believe in the fall, but those ones are in person. And yeah, I know this isn't ideal. It's kind of a crazy turnaround.
Yeah, not college time, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
You got to turn it in at least before 5 p.m. because we still got to process it in our field offices.
Yeah.
Specification held.
Or as they say, before the end of day, close of business.
What happened?
But yeah, if you're ready to depart, if you're ready to hop off because you want to do this on your own or without the group, feel free to. Like I said, we're kind of just hanging around for folks that maybe need help on the questions or
Doesn't
just
even
further
have a
ones.
what or when or where or why. Oh my gosh. I would throw it out. Just throw out the whole complaint. There's nothing in this grievance. What the heck?
I know.
I'm like, lady, you got nothing. Like, nothing. I know that you went
Welcome to being a steward, because sometimes you go in with less than that.
Hey,
Yeah.
T-shirts, they ain't nothing like ours. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I hear you, girl. I read this. I was like, oh, okay, that's pennies. You know what I mean? I hear you. I hear you.
Lily, if you want to go ahead and then you have a little bit more time to do your homework since you're okay with doing it in the fall in person.
Okay, thank you. That gives me a relief because I'm not tech savvy, so I'm struggling over here.
Well, I got 2 of them going. I hear you, girl.
So
You
do
know what I
I. I
mean?
have a computer, I have a
Yeah,
tablet.
You're going,
And I'm checking my email on my phone.
I keep running back to my desktop and coming back here.
All right, guys. Well, listen, I appreciate it. Elijah, I really appreciate your information.
I think I got it.
Vivian,
Hey, thanks, man. Have a good one.
I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Your and Vivian's information. Like, it's gonna be like probably game changing. Hopefully, you know what I mean.